Como abierto. Ah, bueno, bueno. Cuidado, fondo. No fue para no hablar en el
Charla, ¿no?
Yo creo que presentamos primero las aperturas y después le doy la palabra a Campiero, después al
Pero primero hablar
¿eh?
ella nos va a anunciar.
Para ver, están sentados, no sé quién es quién.
Pero escucho el anuncio y la todos estamos grabando todo. Sí, claro. ¿Qué tenés? Vamos a pasar por acá y tenés el PA del frente, diríamos. Claro, Fernández que van a pasar todos más. Mirá, la grabación de los discursos. Después me das un pendrive. Ahora no te voy a mandar.
No, porque necesito en la inmediatez para escribir una crónica.
Termina, vos las dos y te lo doy así. Sí, acá me lo doy. Escucho decir.
¿Y ese está por delante?
No, ya mando con esos que no colgar. Bueno, lo que pasa es que la universidad. Los entra la mía.
¿Y con qué?
Hay chicos que
personas, todos los países. Muchas gracias.
Combo. Para meterlo en la caja directa. Necesitamos una caja directa ahí.
No.
Podemos cambiar de input. Sí, pero no va a ser la diferencia. Un C12.
Sí.
Ahí no está.
Sí, no. No hay arriba mini pro. Okay. Otra opción, escúchame, otra opción es que me pases el video, que lo bajamos arriba y lo disparamos de arriba al mismo tiempo, el símbolo, nada, y acá, y no lo mandás y lo muteás. ¿Me escuchás, Javi? Javi. Preguntale a Pablito si tienen el video ahí.
Javi tiene que en el camión seguro que tiene una placa USB de audio.
¿Qué cosa?
Una placa USB de audio.
No, pero igual no tenemos tiempo, para todo eso no hay tiempo, Mike. ¿Sabe que necesito tener el video arriba y dispararlo, hacer play out desde arriba?
No, eso en sincro conmigo es muy jodido, ¿eh?
Bueno, es que así no lo puedo sacar a la
No, yo no te entiendo.
Prefiero
En el quinto piso tiene una placa USB de carga.
una placa USB con salida.
O sea, si dividimos,
Probemos, pero si es algo eléctrico, eso va a seguir estando.
Va a seguir estando.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. From the Argentina room at the Centro Cultural Kirchner, we would like to start the 39th session of ECLAC at the opening session. This ceremony is presided over by the President of Argentina, Mr. Alberto Fernández. Together with Mr. Fernández is José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. The Foreign Office Minister of Argentina, Santiago Cafiero, is also with us, as is Mr. Arnoldo André Tinoco, Foreign Office Minister of Costa Rica, in his capacity as chair of the 38th session of ECLAC. Mrs. Mercedes Marco del Pont, Secretary for Strategic Affairs of Argentina, Mrs. Claudia Mojica, President Coordinator of the UN System in Argentina. We greet all of you partaking of this meeting, ministers of the executive branch, delegate ministers of the invited countries, ambassadors from UN countries, members of agencies, funds, and UN programs, representatives of intergovernment agencies, representatives of the civil society, the academia, the private sector, and members of ECLAC. In the first place, we would like the Foreign Office Minister of Argentina to take the floor, Mr. Santiago Cafiero. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor for me to be here to welcome you at this 39th session, plenary session of ECLAC, chaired by Argentina, because the pro tempore chair of Argentina starts today, and that's why we greet all the authorities, in particular the Foreign Office Minister of Costa Rica. Costa Rica held the chair and is passing on the chair to Argentina in his capacity of pro tempore chair. In 1948, Juan Domingo Perón was the president of Argentina. In 1946, Perón launched, it was in full swing, the 5-year plan. And that 5-year plan had, as Perón said, 3 specific pillars. One was the independence of the economic independence, the political sovereignty, and social justice. Industry was in full bloom, and he decided to have the workers involved. Their participation grew in the national income, and the housing infrastructure, as well as health and education infrastructure, increased. In that context, the UN created ECLAC in 1948. And that's the milestone for those that choose, when you look at history, a way for development and a way of improving the lifestyle and the living conditions for the whole people. ECLAC was never technocratic as an agency. It was always very much alive, and it was inspiring to put forward documents that inspired transformations in our region. And it wasn't just that principles. No. There was a method. We learned from it. We looked towards the future, and we analyzed stringently the different data of each stage. For instance, in the 50s, CEPAL taught about industrialization. And in the 80s, we were illuminated by CEPAL about the trap that the foreign debt met. And now, with this document that we will be addressing today, that the executive secretary will be presenting, we will have a valuable roadmap with precise diagnosis on the region and addressing this world in the midst of uncertainty. But this is not just to look amazingly at those documents, but also to make the most of all the categories and enrich public policies. The 39th session is the 5th intergovernment, most important conference for ECLAC for the next 2 years. And that's why I'm so happy that we're all here and that we're looking forward to a work day that begins today. And it's much more than a day. It's 3 days that end on Wednesday. The Argentine government was very enthusiastic about the session in this country. We know the objective is to cut down on the gaps that are typical of our countries regarding the rest of the world. It's inequality that we have to address inside our countries. We welcome you all. Thank you very much. And now we will ask Mr. Arnoldo André Dinoco, the Foreign Office of Costa Rica, to take the floor. Good morning, Mr. Fernandez, President of Argentina, Mr. Santiago Cafiero, my colleague, the Foreign Office Minister of Argentina, Mrs. Mercedes Marcó del Pont, Secretary for Strategic Affairs of Argentina, Mrs. Claudia Mojica, Resident Coordinator of the UN system in Argentina, my dear colleague, Jose Manuel Salazar-Xirinachs, and through you, the Secretary General of the UN, who will be present by means of a video. Representatives from associate countries and member states and high authorities of the government of Argentina. It's an honor for me to represent Costa Rica today to pass the chair of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, to Argentina. Pass it on to Argentina and wish the greatest success in the exercise of this job. It is also a good time to welcome Jose Manuel Salazar-Xirinachs as the new Executive Secretary of ECLAC, reaffirming our support, committed as we are, and as he is in this position for the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean as a region. Costa Rica took office as chair of ECLAC in 2020, very enthusiastically, in spite of the big challenges that we face as a region in the midst of the pandemic. The exercise of this job was based on international cooperation and solidarity, promotion of human rights and sustainable development without leaving anybody aside or out. Together with the Secretariat, we innovated with the organization of digital meetings and hybrid meetings, managing to keep an active pace of intergovernmental work at ECLAC with the 6 main events of the Commission for the session, the plenary committee, 2 forum meetings on sustainable development, and 2 participations at high-level political fora, besides 5 meetings concerning South-South cooperation. We have gone back to in-person meetings, but the lessons learned are a lesson we shall keep with us, a finding to foster the participation and the involvement of greater stakeholders to make use of resources. As chair, we innovated as to fundamental issues. We articulated an agenda to promote the recovery, focusing on environmental sustainability, inclusion, equity, and non-discrimination. Costa Rica considers that ECLAC is an inclusive platform because all the Latin America and Caribbean countries are active in it, as well as associate territories. Supplementing its work with member states from other sub-regions outside, sub-states outside the region have turned into collaborators and partners. Putting on the hat of the UN and inclusivity, the Commission offers technical capability, science-based, for the states to generate public policies for the welfare of our nation. It is indispensable to have a united voice for Latin America and the Caribbean to address the reconfiguration of the worldwide order, allowing to position ourselves looking at the vulnerability of our people. Precisely because of the challenges we faced during our pro-tempore chair, when we had to see to the pandemic, recovery, and post-recovery, we strengthened the production of consensus for specific proposals. Right from the start, we started with a substantial event on international cooperation and the role of financial institutions worldwide in the context of the pandemic. This was a pillar to work on for the whole process that we carried out during these 2 years. Costa Rica promoted a recovery and reconstruction process based on an innovative agenda for the funding for development. Within that outlook, as pro tempore chair, we requested to produce a report on this issue that ECLAC published in December 2021, based on which we promoted 2 meetings with representatives from the International Regional Development Bank, one in New York, given the plenary commission in December 2021, and one in San Jose, given the forum meeting that was held there. Given the urgent need to access financial resources and the development of innovative funding mechanisms, considering the peculiarities and vulnerabilities of our reality, we believe that the dialogue and regional cooperation with these entities needs to keep getting stronger. Equally clear, Latin America and the Caribbean have to position themselves strongly given the reform of funding multilateral architecture. For this job, we rely on elements and proposals that are basic and proposed in this innovative agenda, posing mechanisms to expand the liquidity of our countries and redistribute what we have existing in place right now in developed countries towards developing countries, as well as to reform the institutionality of debt. Costa Rica proposed a political declaration on sustainable recovery, inclusive, resilient too in Latin America and the Caribbean, constituting regional consensus vis-a-vis the most pressing challenges posed by COVID-19 and its pandemic. During the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries, which took place this year in 2022 in San Jose, we were able to find ourselves in the need to strengthen multilateralism, in particular looking at the financing for development, improvement of the implementation of productive social and environmental policies of a regional and national scope, the increase of the resilience of institutions, and overcoming conflicts by means of agreements and facts. Likewise, as the chair of the Committee for South-South Cooperation, we managed to strengthen this instance to turn it into a conference that would be more autonomous and more robust. We do hope to keep on working at these new criteria for multidimensional measurement of development and a gradual transition process that won't exclude actors such as the mid and high mid-income countries. Costa Rica was open as a chair, permanently listening to the member states as well as associate territories from the Caribbean. We maintained a permanent dialogue with the mechanism posed by the civil society and implemented, with the agreement of the different countries, some innovations to strengthen its effective involvement, such as the publication of the conclusions and recommendations agreed on at referendum in New York, to know and be acquainted with them by the different organizations during the forum debates. We trust that the new chair held by Argentina will know how to build on these procedural innovations and substantive progresses, and shall know how to lead us with their leadership vis-a-vis the new challenges and circumstances. Dear friends, today, the region still faces challenges for inclusive development. There still is inequality and growing poverty. Likewise, we keep experimenting the attacks of organized crime and narco-traffic. ECLAC has the potential to provide information about the influence that these problems may have on the economic system and the capacity to generate development in our countries. In a context of the increase of flows of migrants and refugees, putting pressure on the institutional capabilities of our societies, we need to address the causes of migration We need to keep on providing answers in agreement with our international commitments and our tradition based on solidarity as a region. We thus request to put together initiatives agreed on that will get the support from the organizations and the international community. Ladies and gentlemen, in our region, the priorities need to keep on being economic recovery and production, the fight against climate change and the loss of biodiversity, carrying out and putting in place gender equality and human rights, and the construction of more inclusive and sustainable societies. Pending still is the energy transition in a sustainable way and the requested digitalization to find a place in the new engines of development. Let's keep on moving forward in our agenda, unified as a region. This is our challenge and our commitment. Thank you very much. Now, we shall ask the Secretary for Strategic Affairs of Argentina, Mrs. Marco del Pon, to take the floor. Good morning, Mr. President of Argentina, Foreign Office Minister from Costa Rica, Mr. Executive Secretary from ECLAC, representative for the UN system in Argentina, Foreign Office Minister of Argentina. It's such a joy and an honor to be here at this opening session of the 39th session of ECLAC, here in our country after such a long time. For all of those that have always been committed and engaged in developing our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC has always been a refuge, a haven vis-a-vis those recurring, unique thoughts, free market thoughts, promoting and keep on promoting a passive insertion of our countries in the globalization process when we're talking about trade and financial globalization policies, which when they took root in government programs have only managed to deepen the structural issues when we look at inequality, inclusion, loss of sovereignty. Actually, when we address the issues of development, we always think that certain debates ought to be closed by now and sorted out. And unfortunately, that's not the case. And what we need to recognize is that ECLAC always managed to make a big contribution to provide not just the conceptual framework, but also the proof, the empirical evidence of certain fundamental lines which make development process feasible or not worldwide, historically. Issues such as a country that specializes on primary goods, that is a primarized country in international trade, won't be able to guarantee sustainability, inclusion, equality, development, or jobs, quality jobs, protected jobs, dignified, decent jobs. Issues such as this famous external restriction that keeps lashing at our countries all the time. We have the structural issue of insufficient productive transformation, and that issue, that unequal exchange of our countries with the financial globalization process and the financiation process has become deeper in these programs of financial freedom. This is not the kind of natural resources that our country has, the input of natural resources pushing forward this transformation, but rather It's policies, public policies, technological policies, industrial policies that push forward, promoting that change, that structural change. These issues, the document that we will be addressing during the session brings them back again, but has updated them in a wonderful way. And I want to celebrate this because this is posed in the context of all these changes and dynamics that this globalization or deglobalization process is happening because there are changes. The global value chains are shorter. There is a localization process in investments and technological processes. There is an agenda, a climate agenda that questions us, and all these circumstances are even more acute because of the war. They've got worse. Actually, this document questions us again. I mean, the countries in the region, because what the document poses is that this energy transition that today seems to be the core issue in international agenda can be a huge opportunity for lots of our countries, but at the same time might be a new frustration if we don't foster the policies to make progress in productive processes and the incorporation of technology. Actually, lots of our countries don't have to really expect to be a stakeholder in the new hydrogen or lithium technology, or when you look at food security or countries exporting wind or sun or brine or eatables that are not processed. Actually, we need to want to be exporters of electrolyzers, of lithium cells, of batteries, of electric vehicles, of food with lots of added value. We have the capabilities. Technologically speaking, we have the natural resources. We have industrial capabilities. We also need to have a political will to move on, because this is an agenda that is speeding up and that is all the time present. And we know that we can rely on ECLAC to stand by us in this path. Thank you.
We will now give the floor to Claudia Mojica, resident coordinator of the UN system in Argentina. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to greet the President of the Argentine Republic, Alberto Fernandez, and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Santiago Cafiero, and also greet the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, Nonlo Tinoco, and the Secretary of Strategic Affairs of Argentina, Mercedes Marcó del Pont. I'd also like to acknowledge the message from our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and I also wish to greet the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar, authorities of national, provincial, and municipal governments, representatives of member states, colleagues of the UN systems, and distinguished guests. It's an honor for me to have been invited to participate on behalf of the UN system in Argentina in the opening meeting of ECLAC's 39th session under the presidency pro tempore of Argentina. This opening meeting coincides with the celebration worldwide of the UN Day, which illustrates this special partnership with Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course of Argentina with our organization that is celebrating its 77th anniversary. Throughout these days, authorities and experts will have the opportunity to discuss the big challenges our region currently faces. It is a region that is still marked by the recovery from a pandemic of a size never before experienced by our generation. The documents presented by ECLAC for these sessions refer to a region facing significant challenges, including inequalities, as we've already heard here today. Furthermore, they talk about a region highly committed to promoting the core aspiration of the UN 2030 agenda, that is to leave no one behind. Argentina is a part of global and regional trends, whilst it faces specific challenges of a country with a wealth of natural resources and a great potential. Last Friday, on the National Day organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ECLAC, national and subnational authorities, together with experts and our UN team in Argentina, talked about these challenges. But above all, we put on the table proposals regarding this collective commitment to implement solutions to continue along the path of sustainable development, closing existing gaps, including gender gaps. Argentina is a country committed to multilateralism and makes contributions that are highly recognized within the United Nations in the field of peace and security, human rights, gender equality, and development, as is reasserted by this ECLAC pro tempore presidency. At the same time, the UN system supports the country through cooperation provided by its agencies, funds, and programs present here today in a strategy agreed upon with the national government and enshrined in its cooperation framework entered into for the 2021-2025 period. Just like the 2030 agenda shows a way forward with its sustainable development goals, regional meetings like this provide substance to the aspirations of our populations by identifying tools and mechanisms to implement solutions. I would conclude by thanking you for this invitation, and we congratulate Costa Rica for its presidency and also Argentina for taking over as pro tempore president, and we wish you the best of success at this meeting. Thank you very much. We will now listen to the message sent by Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General. Your Excellencies, we come to this session in a critical situation. Besides the impact of the pandemic, there are the issues stemming from the war in Ukraine. ECLAC deems the region's economy will only grow by 2.7% this year. 16 countries have not yet retrieved the GDP levels they had before the pandemic. Gross public debt of central administrations in Latin America is back to the levels it stood at 20 years ago. In 6 Caribbean countries, it is already over 90% of GDP, thus weakening their capacity for sustainable recovery. And moreover, there's a 3-pronged world crisis affecting the region that is rich in biodiversity and well-equipped for the energy transition, but in turn, most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Therefore, I ask that a plan to boost the SDGs be put in place, headed by the G20, to offer full momentum to the sustainable development of developing countries, including middle-income countries. Firstly, multilateral banks must increase concessional financing for developing countries. The banks themselves need more immediate funding. Thereafter, they must lift their conditions to grant loans and increase their appetite for risk so funds are delivered to all those countries that need them. Developing countries, particularly small island states and other vulnerable middle-income countries, come across too many obstacles to access concessional financing, which is needed to invest in their people and in their future. Secondly, debt relief. The initiative for suspension of the debt service must be fostered and enhanced. We also need an efficient relief mechanism for over-indebted developing countries. Creditors must consider debt relief mechanisms such as debt swaps for climate adaptation projects. Criteria for granting loans must go beyond the gross domestic product and include all vulnerability dimensions affecting developing countries. Thirdly, an increase in liquidity. The IMF and big central banks must immediately and significantly enhance their liquidity and foreign currency lines of credit. Special drawing rights play a significant role, but have been distributed based on existing quotas, thus benefiting those who need them the least. A new allocation of special drawing rights must be managed differently based on fairness and solidarity with developing countries. We must eliminate all access barriers that hinder financing to accelerate a fair transition towards digitization, the economies of care, and of course, renewable energies and green jobs by, for instance, setting up international coalitions with a view to enhancing opportunities for youth and women. I thank ECLAC for seeking innovative solutions based on multilateral cooperation to make production systems more dynamic and promote social inclusion, a green transition, and a fair digital revolution. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. José Manuel Salazar-Xirinachs, who recently took office as Executive Secretary. My gratitude goes to the government of Costa Rica, too, who was president of ECLAC for the last 2 years, and to Argentina, who takes over as incoming president or chair of our commission. You can count on ECLAC and on the United Nations as a whole to promote recovery and a development path that will work for all people in all countries. Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar-Xirinachs. Good morning, Your Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of Argentina, Your Excellency André Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, and Chair of this 39th session of ECLAC, Your Excellency Santiago Cafiero, Mr. Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Mrs. Mercedes Marco del Pont, Secretary of Strategic Affairs of Argentina's President's Office, Claudia Mojica, UN Resident Coordinator in Argentina, Mr. Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, ministers and delegates of ECLAC member states, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of international organizations, UN system colleagues, representatives of civil society organizations, friends. Good morning and welcome to this 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to thank both Costa Rica, my country, that was president pro tempore of our organization in the last 2 years, and Argentina, that will take over for the next biennium. ECLAC has that aftermath of Raúl Prebisch, and holding its main meeting in this country is very important to us. Thank you very much, President Alberto Fernandez and Foreign Minister Santiago Cafiero and all the collaborators who were relentlessly worked in the last few months with the CEPAL team to organize this very important meeting. I'd like to also recognize through Minister Tinoco the important task carried out by Costa Rica in this last biennium, where as a result of the pandemic, we were forced to develop new intergovernmental forms of work, resorting to the online modality. Despite the above, during the Costa Rica pro tempore presidency of ECLAC, we have been able to promote topics that are very relevant to the Sustainable Development Agenda. Just as an example, in the midst of the pandemic, we've raised the voice of the countries in the region at Global Forum on Funding for Development, highlighting the requirements of middle-income countries and small island states. Likewise, we've called upon the international community to renew forms of cooperation to urgently design innovative financing and climate change mechanisms and instruments and to fine-tune the measuring of their vulnerabilities. I would like to very especially thank the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his trust in appointing me as ECLAC's Executive Secretary. I took office on the 2nd of October. It is a great honor for me that I accept with responsibility and commitment. I'm fully aware of how complex, serious, and diverse the challenges faced by the region's countries are. And we will make all efforts to serve them as best we can. ECLAC has and still is, since it was created 75 years ago, a great source of knowledge, comparable data, expertise, authority, and promoter of rigorous analytical dialogue in the field of public policies. The main objective has been to support policymakers in economic, social, and environmental transformation processes of the region's countries through original lines of thought, innovative evidence-based diagnostic studies adapted to the realities of each country. And now, in the midst of the 21st century, this is more necessary than ever. And my commitment is to continue strengthening the mission that ECLAC and me will be willing to render to all of you. This meeting offers the opportunity to review the tasks carried out in the last 2 years and plan those into the future. It will also allow us to reflect on the urgent circumstances faced by the world. And these conversations is what we will be holding in the next 3 days. Friends, our region is in the need of and willing to have transformative and audacious policies offering realistic and pragmatic solutions to the acute economic, social, and environmental deficiencies and gaps to solve the most basic needs, above all, of the poorest and most vulnerable populations, but also of middle strata that are also vulnerable and that really suffer the impact of economic cycles. The target in the post-pandemic times and for 2023 cannot only be mitigating the damages produced by the pandemic and rekindle the economy, as if we could be satisfied by going back to the situation before the pandemic and the Ukraine war. Of course, we must mitigate damages like an increase in poverty, informal labor, inequality, but we must also promote transformative actions for development. It's a matter of having the countries move forward, exit the middle income trap, and really make the legitimate dream of being socially inclusive countries come true based on dynamic, sustainable, and inclusive growth. Therefore, we have called our document towards the transformation of the development model in Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability. Its main message is as follows. The agenda we must build on is one that we could call a reactivation with transformation, one that in the short run combines gentle macroeconomic management as called for by the juncture, striking complex balances between the need to face inflation, rekindle the economy, create jobs, and help vulnerable groups within a context of limited fiscal, monetary, and financial space, and that promotes, without leaving aside the reforms and investments, the fruit of which will be borne in the medium and long run, but the implementation of which cannot wait, but must be immediately implemented because the outcomes will be seen in the longer term. So the document invites the member countries to increase their ambitions regarding development strategies, and we echo the calls upon the multilateral systems, both in trade and finance, to increase their ambition for financing and support, not only for the least advanced, but also for middle-income countries. The issue of managing the juncture and reactivation is essential because this 39th session of ECLAC is taking place during very hard and complex times for the world's economy and geopolitics. All countries are being affected by cascading crises. We rightly talk about climate crisis, health, employment, social, educational, food security, energy, and cost of living crisis. All of them have a different impact of diverse characteristics on different nations, including those in Latin America and the Caribbean. And not only that, they all have what economists call second-round effects or reverbs that in many cases are mutually reinforced, creating vicious circles that we must do away with. I would thus dare assert that what we are facing as a region is a true development crisis, one that is reflected in the deterioration of many well-being indicators and of social and economic performance indicators in dimensions such as poverty, health, educational loss, employment, gender equality, among others. The idea of progress, which is inherent in the notion of development, is not materializing in daily life for most of our populations. Contrary-wise, due to combined crisis, but mainly due to our failures in public policies and deficient institutional capacities, what's happening to us in many fields and what statistics show us is that we are going back on our steps regarding development. That is, in a nutshell, the time at which we are meeting. Our current situation forces us to pose an uncomfortable but urgent question. How can we avoid another lost decade? We are very much in the midst of this decade already. Based on the diagnostic study, we call upon all to double effects, innovate, collaborate, and mobilize wills with public policy approaches so that we move forward and not backwards, and that along this path, as the SDGs say, no one be left behind. Going forward is easier when you have tailwind and good conditions in the international economy, as happened during the first decade of the 21st century. Nowadays, those winds are not supporting us. The region is facing a perfect storm, simultaneous crisis, hardly hitting wide sectors of the population, the poorest and most vulnerable particularly, but also a high proportion of the middle strata. This combination of external shocks and high volatility are very regretful as to their impact on big sectors of the population. And for governments and their government teams, for public policies and institutions, these are a true effort and they entail a lot of stress. We must manage social dialogue.
And we do hope to go deep down into the governance challenges and institutional challenges and each of the priority working areas to work not just on what has to be done, but on our elections and the recommendations on how to go about things. Because it's understanding and working at how without that we can't move the needles of development. The end of 2022 is getting near, and it's urgent for authorities, governments, and private sector in each country. Absolutely. International, regional agencies too. We take action and coordinate actions to face our current volatility and what we're heading for in 2023. Later in the presentation of the position document, I will go deep down into some of these challenges of the circumstances vis-a-vis the coming year. I thought, but I think it's going to be too long. These opening statements are taking too long. I was going to talk about globalization, but I don't want to take up more time. I think I'm going to leave that to the presentation of the document. And I'd rather address now something else, and this is that to face the international challenges and menaces and the challenges typical of the economic structure of our countries. The document that we will present today analyzes a core of challenges facing our countries, the region, and Latin America as a whole, posing a series of recommendations. Quite a number of issues are addressed that we believe are important for the countries and the economies of the region. Pursuant to highlighting priorities, I would like to select only 10 large or big areas that are challenges for the different countries individually considered and as a region as a whole. And I'm going to go into this in depth when we present the document, telling you what we understand as our priority areas for ECLAC work. These areas are, in the first place, promotion of productivity, productive development, employment, and inclusive growth. This constitutes a set of issues that are closely related and reinforce each other. Second, reduction of inequality, because though we have moved forward in the golden decade of high growth at the beginning of the century, we're still the most unequal region worldwide. Third, strengthening of social policies and social protection to move towards welfare states, which includes, as some of the highlight issues, the promotion of networks of care, universal coverage, adequacy of pensions, promotion of employment and universal coverage, promotion of formal employment, reduction of informality, doing away with all sorts of discrimination, and respecting human rights of certain specific population groups such as Afro-descendant, Aboriginous people, and young people, among others. Fourth, education, professional training, and investment in human talent as an approach for learning throughout life. Fifth, sustainability and environmental resilience, which includes key issues such as energy transition, decarbonization, climate change, fighting against the loss of biodiversity, and the big challenges of investing in mitigation and adaptation. Sixth, this huge issue of the digital transformation. Seven, an adequate management of migration flows, attending and seeing to the human rights of migrants, the Central American problems and issues were put forward by the Foreign Office Minister. 8, economic and cooperation integration regionally and sub-regional. 9, promotion of gender equality and care economy, empowering women in all environments, including particularly labor market and fighting against all sorts of discrimination and gender violence. And 10, macroeconomic, monetary, fiscal, and foreign exchange policies, creating the context for growth and making feasible public and private investment as needed to move on in the other 9 issues, which are priorities, among others. This is the agenda which we want you to go over and analyze without losing sight of our focus posed by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Growth and its 17 SDGs, an agenda that for our region is still priority and has helped design and establish the purpose for economic reactivation with the transformation of development models, of course, adapting to the peculiarities of each country. But I would like to add a cross-cutting issue where all the rest converge, which is essential for the desired transformation, and this is governance, institutional quality, and social dialogue. As I said at the start, at ECLAC, we understand clearly that it's not enough to make a list of what needs to be done, what to do, but rather the most complex, technically, institutionally, and politically is how to implement plans and programs, how to adapt good best practices internationally to local conditions, how to involve in a constructive way and focusing on action all economic and social stakeholders that are pertinent regarding a special issue, challenge, or mission. And here, Mrs. Mariana Mazzucato will submit and put forward a document which is absolutely pertinent that she's put together for ECLAC and for all of you about this concept and how to take action as a whole collectively in that respect. So as I said, the idea is to go deep down into the challenges for governance and institutional challenges in the priority areas for work, to move on and to not just on what has to be done, but on how to do it, as to support you, the member governments, to design transformation policies that will help development. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the framework of the 39th opening session, we shall now hear the President of Argentina, Mr. Alberto Fernandez. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for those of you that are here at the podium. Thank you, the dear representative of the UN system. Thank you, dear ministers, all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Foreign Office Minister, for the job done by Costa Rica. Thank you, Jose Manuel. Best of luck in the challenge ahead of you. Alicia Bárcena has done a wonderful job, and you will have to be at her stand, what I'm sure you will. Thank you very much for all of you guests of our country for your sincere presentations that you will hear after this opening ceremony. There's people that I really appreciate and value. I've just seen two of them. We were lucky enough to have dinner yesterday with Jose Manuel, Mariana Mazzucato, Joseph Stiglitz. They may not know, but we always follow up on their teachings and opinions. And now you will be able to hear them immediately after me. And we will have a very prestigious Latin American person, which is Jose Antonio Campos. Thank you, Jose Antonio, for being here. Thank you all. And something also very dear and renowned, and as he is by all of us. It's an enormous honor to host the 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Argentina takes the pro tempore chair after a 39th session, after 59 years, almost 6 decades gone by, and some of the initial positions of ECLAC, based on the substantial efforts by Raúl Prebisch in Argentina, are still a core part of the agenda for economic and social development for Latin America. Prebisch stressed the need to observe our own experience as a region, as a way of reaching his own ideas, but with not to import cookbook methods that are alien to us, foreign to us. He didn't expect us to isolate from the world, but rather the contrary. He wanted integration, but not losing our identity, recognizing and preserving our interests. This session finds us in a very complex international circumstances after overcoming a pandemic that did away with lots of lives and paralyzed the global economy. Now we don't have peace anymore. Now the war is creating clearly negative impact on the global economy, and Latin America cannot be left out of that. In these circumstances, things are getting worse. The difficulties for logistic purchase, for value chains, with a strong impact on the price of energy and food. Given the disgrace of these times that we're undergoing, there is still optimism, hope, opportunity, and need to address creatively new challenges. We can and we should talk about productive integration, regional value chains, science and technology applied to the production of goods and services, and basically the ways to generate jobs, quality jobs in our countries. With no employment, there is no future. With no jobs, with no decent jobs, there isn't social justice. In this agenda, the role of ECLAC as a generator of contents and a catalyzer of agreements is fundamental. We will be able to address a document that was put together to guide our analysis of this 39th session. And this document is based on the premises that the current economic and social circumstances of Latin America and Caribbean countries doesn't only is affected by their internal dynamics, but by external shocks that have deteriorated the necessary context for investment and production that we need. Prior to the pandemic, prior to the war, our countries showed the existence of problems to grow, to find a place in the context of nations, and to distribute the income in a more equitable manner. The current situation forces a critical vision and innovative responses to design policies and solutions produced in Latin America and the Caribbean for Latin America and the Caribbean. The worldwide crisis has made evident the value of solidarity. The experience we underwent demands stronger cooperation actions and regional partnerships to implement joint actions that show solidarity. To cooperate is a must between brothers, and at the same time, a necessary condition to achieve equitable development, not throwing us, the men and women that inhabit this land, into poverty. In this line, ECLAC offers a priority space for a collective and pluralistic construction, incentivizing in a sensitive way the needs of the countries in the region. Look capable of using technological revolution to offer new solutions to the development challenges, solutions that our region demands. Argentina, as pro tempore chair, invites you all to work at an agenda based on dialogue, strengthening the links between the countries in the region and finding us in a different position regarding the rest of the world. Our people need solutions right away. And the core document submitted and put forward by ECLAC precisely addresses this valuable work. In the first place, we need to cut down on the environment gap. Today, there are new challenges given the progress of technology when we look at productive processes. However, those challenges are an opportunity to identify the associate productive factors that go hand in hand with this technological process and the needs to fight against climate change. These vectors allow us to find a place in the value chain, not just as vendors of raw materials, but rather as links, adding technology and generating jobs in the productive process. To foster policies facilitating the transition to renewable energies and to develop value chains regarding lithium, hydrogen, and other strategic minerals, which will allow the generation of new energies. This is all an opportunity we have, and we mustn't lose. The strategic importance of the lithium reserves that there are in the region, particularly in the so-called lithium triangle formed by Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, representing round about 56% of the resources of this mineral, is a wonderful opportunity for our development. Our region can also turn into a worldwide leader in the production of hydrogen, of low carbon hydrogen. The development of the hydrogen value chain is another opportunity to start our productive capacities. It is essential to go deep down into these actions for energy development by identifying projects, regional cooperation, and the pursuit of funding sources by multilateral credit agencies. Now that the IDB is back in Latin American and Caribbean hands, we need resources for this transformation to materialize. We are not all as responsible for the climate decay that we're witnessing. Latin America and the Caribbean are not in the forefront of carbon emissions. And inexplicably, without being those that cause so much damage, we suffer it the most. Responsibilities have to be identified, and that's why in these emergencies, we must alleviate the effort of those of us who have not generated this crisis. Just as we have to work at the environment, we also have to reduce the technological gap separating us from the core world. We have to find a way for region to access worldwide technology, reducing the distance that there is today. And this is in direct connection with the localization of productive investments in our country. The new technologies and the new ways of production are generated there where production takes place. And this feature has been vastly studied and accounts for the geopolitical tensions connected to legalization of production sources. If this is our objective, it is fundamental to foster connectivity and digital infrastructure, education, knowledge, and the 4.0 industry. We have to work together as a region, taking action, political policies, promoting private sector investment for connectivity. And we also need to work together on 4.0 agenda by all the Latin American Caribbean countries in areas such as the economy of knowledge, satellite technology, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. We are not bringing forth a utopia. Several of our countries have developed in each of those areas important projects. Argentina too. Let's get together, let's talk, let's coordinate our efforts, let's work together. This will make us strong foster our self-esteem and the self-esteem as a region, and will put forward outlook of materializations that we haven't focused on enough up to now. Just as ECLAC says in its core document, if the development of education and knowledge is one of our objectives, recovery of in-person life in education can't mean just going back to the previous situation prior to the pandemic. We need to incorporate the necessary technology to boost getting together in the classrooms, because the learning processes are a fundamental instance that cannot be replaced for the development and social inclusion. The virtual world, the world of social networks, also demands rethinking the ways that we communicate and find information in modernity. We have to rethink this, but not questioning the prevalence of individual rights, the right to information, or the principles that are the basis for the freedom of expression. Right now, the borders are diluted, given fake news and data that are also fake and have an impact on the social environment or social. And the global challenges need coordination to face hatred speeds with algorithms that only use the digital life to make dialogue different and difficult between those that don't look eye to eye about the different issues. Making the most of the struggle brought on by the pandemic and the economic effects of the war, hate speech and violent speeches have proliferated worldwide in our region. They found a way to bloom, to transform legitimate demands for a better life into a discourse against politics that jeopardizes democracy. These are words that have made their way and which make natural things that are violent. Those that want to weaken and erode democracy have specific interests in promoting this extreme polarization. Let's not give in. Let's not accept that this will happen. We all know that worsening of income distribution and the quality and quantity of jobs is not the results from those that believe in a present state, promoting productive policies that look for a more inclusive and more equitable society. These consequences come from those that state to disappear, that only want the market to provide a solution for inequality. Those are the same ones that, with their politics, allow for the income to be concentrated on very few, while the poverty is distributed among millions of human beings. So that's how we get to tax havens, and that wealth never reaches out to those that are more in need. To build inclusive societies, we need to work for gender equality. On November 7th to 8th, Argentina will be the host of the 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, sponsored by ECLAC. During those 2 working days, we will be addressing a central issue, the care issues as a pertinent job for sustainable recovery, gender-based. This will be a privileged forum to build engagements, promoting and protecting the rights of women, diversities in our region. We hope to welcome the different delegations to keep on pursuing the different jobs fostering recovery plans, promoting integral and comprehensive care programs, and the full involvement of women and the diversities in strategic sectors of politics and the economy for a transformation. The dramatic pandemic taught us about the impact of social policies and the role of the state to increase resilience and the capacity for recovery that the economy has. It made visible how important public health systems were and the need to sponsor a regional production change for the production and distribution of vaccines to facilitate these vaccines getting to all places in the region. We've given an important step based on the guidelines for health self-sufficiency for Latin America and the Caribbean, put forward in September 2021 during the 6th Heads of State Summit sponsored by ECLAC. This document was unanimously approved by the ECLAC members. In January 2022, Argentina accepted the pro tempore chair regarding the community of states in Latin America and the Caribbean. Besides putting the focus on the short-term implementation of joint purchasing of vaccines and essential medication, and in the conversion and recognition of regulations, we decided to sponsor the development and national production of vaccines at public labs. This is and pharmaceuticals. This is an example, and through it, I want to point out the relevance of synergies that joint works bring forward. And I'm talking about the partnership between ECLAC and ECLAC. And I'd like to conclude by inviting you all to reflect on something collectively as a group. We've lost millions of lives as a consequence of a vicious pandemic. That unknown virus that expanded unusually quickly across the planet was able to make visible the inequalities that we live in. Is it fair that the wealth of only 10 people represent the income of more than 40% of the global population? With the pandemic, when the wealth in the central world appeared, it was very visible. And the pandemic, when poverty and marginality distributed in the peripheries that the Southern Hemisphere has turned, it only showed how impotent we were. That inequality has shown how damaging it can be. In the pandemic has meant 4 times as many deaths in the poorer countries than in the wealthier countries. Lacking global solidarity was also made visible when the vaccine was produced. 90% of that production was left in the hands of 10% of the inhabitants of the world. Painfully, 90% of humanity walked in despair trying to access 10% of the remaining vaccines. After such sorrow, after such grief, we now have a war bringing on more deaths, men and women that end their lives because the weapons prevail. The water also is damaging. Apart from the battlefields, the OPS forecasts hunger, the famine that will affect lots of inhabitants as a consequence of the shortage of food brought on by the war. All of us live in the most unequal continent of the world. Here, the gap between poor and rich is the deepest in the planet. Those of us here are part of the surviving humanity after the pandemic. It is now our turn to find a way not to postpone the development of societies that need to grow in a framework of greater equality and equity. the fact that we managed to survive some terrible toughs demand ethics and a way to change this present. It's the time to pull down walls and build new bridges. We are morally forced and obliged to join together in a common effort, knowing that we are the passengers of a ship that millions of men and women sailed in, those men and women that suffer and are expecting from us a hand, allowing them to leap out of the hole of poverty. We need to build upon a big motherland and do away with individuality. I'm always remembering Pope Francis and what he said. In these days, nobody will make it on their own. In this difficult stage that we've had to live through, let's be together, let's think together, let's find a way to integrate our potential to improve the conditions of all of us that are part of our people. Somebody said sometime that whoever dreams on his own just dreams, but whoever dreams with others can change the world. Argentina dreams with changing these present times, but we need to dream with the brothers and sisters from Latin America and Caribbean so that we can dream together, and together we may change so much inequality and injustice surrounding us. Thank you very much. Your turn.
Señor presidente de la
President of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, and with this we open the 39th session of ECLAC.
muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you all for being here with us. The President of the Argentine Republic will now leave. We ask you all to remain in the room so that then we continue with our session. Thank you very much.
Hola, hola, hola.
¿Dónde está la silla?
Sí, ya.
Buenas. No, no. Era... 39th ECLAC session. The national delegations, members of ECLAC, please pay attention because we've got two things to do, procedural things to do right now. One is to confirm ECLAC's tradition that the host country that welcomes the delegations and that gives us its leadership will formally take over as pro tempore president of ECLAC. Is there consensus to appoint Argentina as the president of the 39th session? Secondly, we must adopt the provisional agenda you received by email, and it's also on the website. The 11 items. The first is the election of the presiding officers. And the second item is the presentation of the document, and then 4 more that we will address in the next few days. Do you all agree with this provisional agenda that was sent out to you? We thus adopt it and go to the third item, which is the presentation of this position paper on towards transformation of the development model, Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability, to be moderated and chaired by the pro tempore president, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Mr. Santiago Cafiero. You have the floor. Thank you very much. As the president just highlighted, it's a huge privilege to have all of you here. And here at this panel, I'd wish to thank all of you, Mariano Mazzucato, Joseph Stiglitz, Jose Manuel, Jose Antonio Ocampo, of course, too, for being here and for the presentation they're going to make on this core document. We have at this table people that are very committed to analyzing data to change reality, to address this document that ECLAC prepared for this session. I'm pleased to see that all participants are in the same position as to the fact that what happened after the Second World War is not something that should go on. We have to think of implementing employment, growth, and justice policies. That spirit that is still present within ECLAC and among most of the peoples. According to the agenda we have just adopted, Executive Secretary, we will now have ECLAC present their document. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary, will now present the document called towards transformation of the development model in Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'd like to say that no doubt we will bear in mind your diagnostic study on the current level of fragmentation and the challenges posed by the global scenario for the whole of the region, and particularly for South America. Now you have the floor, Executive Secretary. Thank you very much. To make it a bit more dynamic, I'm going to walk across there. Can you hear me okay? Yes, thank you very much. The document, as I already said, we've entitled towards transformation of the development model, Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability, which are 3 fundamental dimensions that appear throughout the document. The main or the core message that's summarizing the times at which we are meeting, as I mentioned in my opening words, is that we are facing cascading crises that exacerbate historical gaps we had before the pandemic. The last 3 years, the region has shown social indicators that are moving backwards and threaten the fulfillment of the SDGs. We are facing a crisis of development and another lost decade. And I'm going to show you a graph that very clearly shows this. We have to act urgently and increase our level of ambition. We are facing a turning point as countries and as a region. And what stimulates collective action is that we can't carry out gradual, shy, timid changes. The ideal scenario would be for countries to agree on transformative policies that really push forward the needles of development. As to the structure of this presentation, I'm going to start with a scenario of globalization, which provides a general context. Then I'll go to the short-term challenges, 10 priority areas, and that I've already mentioned, but I'll give a brief explanation of each one of them, and then the conclusions on how institutional reflections on this and social dialogue. Changes in globalization. Here, the main message is that globalization nowadays and in the last few years is not what it was in the last 30 years. If we look at it in the multilateral trade system, we are more or less used to what? A trade regime with the WTO, trusting commonly accepted trade rules, a strong multilateral system. Thanks to the trust there was across the world, all this productive fragmentation and the value chains that were seeking low costs. So for a final product or end product, its components may have been produced in 7 or 8 countries. Asia became this big factory because of the fragmentation of the value chains. And this was relatively predictable. That was before. That currently, this is changing towards regionalism. We've seen protectionist trends in developed countries. I'm not going to give you a name, but you all know very well what's happened from 2016 onwards with tariffs and so on, then reconfiguration and concentration of the value chains because of technological rivalry and geopolitical reasons. I mean, there's this struggle for technological supremacy and for semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and so on. And then, of course, geopolitical reasons that have worsened with the war. Another characteristic that's not completely new, but that has scaled up is that of migration flows. Migrants increased from 2.8% of the population in the year 2000 up to 3.6, in 2020. So although this trend towards regionalization, in the document we talk about 3 global factories that in Asia, Europe, and the US. This is a bit of a metaphor, but it's true that most of our production is concentrated there. So the risk is, and what's the purpose of this fragmentation and regionalization? It could break down into levels that could become very costly with deep consequences. As to the geopolitical rationale, there's a rivalry over technological supremacy. I mean, as to digital standards of well-known companies, if they will meet the Western standards, then competition among global factories, and going back to self-sufficiency and security. Now we are facing security, food security, energy security, fertilizer security, given the war. The war has accelerated this consideration of security that affects policies, but also corporate strategies of multinational companies, and it's a driver of this regionalization. And to this, I would add a deepening of industrial policies. You've heard about the discussion of the nearshoring and friendshoring, and this reinforces the trends towards regionalization. If we think about trade, I haven't referred to finance or economics. I mean, this is a question. Talking about Latin America a few years ago, well, open regionalism, if it were open, it would not be harmful. It could even be good. It could provide opportunities. But if regionalism goes beyond certain levels and becomes or turns into strong rivalries, there could be a more closed and fragmented regionalism that would bring about important consequences and costs. This is a scenario. If we look at trade, thinking of globalization, this graph dates back to 1994 to 2002. One is GDP, the black line, and the blue is the volume of trade. From 1994 to 2003, growth in trade and GDP were higher rates than since the financial crisis, which is this line drawn in 2008 onwards, and growth rates of trade and GDP because of economic and political tensions with China, and given protectionism. You can see this reflected here. When we look at these data, and you've heard many comments, particularly in The Economist, that a year ago published an article on globalization, that is the slowing down of globalization. Some talk about deglobalization. When you measure it in terms of trading goods, growth in world trade is not the same as 12, 14, or 15 years ago. But if you look at how the growth rate has behaved in trade and services, it's different, and you must be clear about this. These are only indices. These are growth rates, not in absolute terms. So in blue, you have general services, and those digitally provided services. In black, e-commerce, design, all the back office services that many multinational companies have in different places for preparing the budget, for carrying out formalities. This is happening everywhere. Then there is a mapping of teeth that is being carried out too. And one of the three big multinational companies has 3,000 employees, technicians, I mean, processing the data from dentists across the world. These are examples of a huge technological change happening in the field of services. In production, well, is very much related to production of goods. The trend is because of the value or added value of the industry, there are also high quality services in line. If you look at it as to the increase or growth in services, this is a new trend in globalization. There are great opportunities in knowledge-based economy for all this kind of export. That, as far as trade is concerned, as to the macroeconomic and financial environment worldwide, this is more detailed in the document, of course. There's less growth. That is the environment in which we are now. Higher inflation, higher interest rates, less global liquidity, growing uncertainty, less macroeconomic, monetary and fiscal space, and the growing financial vulnerabilities as to debt, balance of payments, well, higher interest rates. And I'm sure that the commentators will delve deeper into this subject of the monetary policies, its implications on fiscal policies. This makes the debt more expensive. New debt is more expensive, of course, and when the countries are quite smothered already. But we've come from 14 or 15 years, which were quite normal, with interest rates more or less at zero, at least in the developed countries, and now that is not happening. What are the challenges in view of this scenario for economic management? This graph is very illustrative. You have information there from 1901 to 2021 regarding growth rates in Latin America on average. And there you can see the contraction, the highest contraction, 6.9, almost 7% in 2020, more than in 1914, the First World War, or the Great Depression of 1930, when it was minus 5%, more than in the debt crisis in the 1980s, and then the financial crisis of 2008, 2009. To understand how serious the shock has been and that we have not been able to exit yet. This goes from 1951 to 2023, this chart showing growth rates. The orange lines are mobile rates for 8 or 9 years. You see that in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, well, 79 was a time of import substitution and industrialization. These days, 4.9, 5.7, 5.9 are average growth rates in those decades. What happened in the last decade? Antonio Campo analyzed this a lot, and he's been warning about the risks we're facing now. There, it was 2% during that decade, 1990, 99, 2.7, 2000, 2009, which was the golden age, as called by the economists. But look what happened then in 2010 after the 2009 crisis, 2% growth. But if we calculate it from 2014 onwards, this red line shows 0.8%, including 2021, 22, and the 2023 estimate. This red line represents a decade. If the 1980s was regretful, costly, horrible, because it was a lost decade, this is not a threat. This is not a risk. We are already in the midst of a decade with more pain at the economic and financial level than that of the 1980s. Growth here on the left, you can see for the data for 2018 through to 2023, data that we published last week with ECLAC compared to World Bank and IMF data. Our estimate is that this year the world will have 3.1% growth, and it will be a little higher next year. What does this mean? The tailwind, we don't have good tailwind with a world growing at 2.7%. Exports will not save us. They won't really help us. There are exceptions. We have to look at the price of copper and specific products in detail that are important for one country or another. But overall, it's not a very satisfactory average. And the US will only grow by 1.2%. This is very bad news. particularly for Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean, that have high levels of trade with the US as a destination market. The Eurozone, only 0.9%, and the Eurozone is the main destination market for many countries. China, that is a key player, only quote unquote 4.7%. It goes up from 3.2 to 4.7, but for historical growth standards in China, 4.7 is very low. These are the projections for the world economy. I'd like to highlight this. There's a little different, but we must be clear about. There's a structural problem in Latin America given the investment dynamics. From 1951 to 2021, these are the growth rates for real gross fixed capital formation. So we had mobile rates with investment rates of 6.3, 5.6. And in the last decade, this has slumped. We're at 0.7. This is very low. This is investment brings about jobs, increases productivity, and public investment too is a great trigger for private investment, and they supplement one another. So this is a serious problem, and one of the challenges is how to increase public and private investment rates. The other topic that characterizes the situation is health. We haven't exited the pandemic yet. In the region has had 26.7% of deaths due to COVID in the world, although we have only 8.4% of the world population. We haven't done well there. There's less life expectancy. We've had the greatest drop in the life expectancy rate due to the pandemic. I mean, this is a great tragedy indeed. And there's an issue in the health system with all the needs that have been left aside, urgencies brought about by COVID and the need to have the ICUs led the hospitals to postpone a series of appointments. I mean, for chronic diseases, there's a long queue waiting now. And these are part of the challenges of the health system. Just to mention three things, there are great challenges in the health system as to seeing to a pandemic that still hasn't come to an end, and also an accumulation of other diseases and health conditions that were left unattended.
Education. As you see, the educational blackout caused inequalities, and this of the confinement and having to interrupt in-person education. As we know, virtual education meant great inequalities because not all the households with a low income obviously were at a big disadvantage. Others had broadband connectivity and were able to go on and follow up on their schools online. This kind of service, or others might not have had the equipment or didn't have the internet connection. So here the chart shows that Latin America compared to Africa, North America, Asia Pacific, and the Mideast, we show the greatest percentage of closures, closed, fully closed and partially closed. And the risk here is a permanent injury because we've talked so much about it. There was even a summit in the UN in September about the transformation of education. There's this dialogue about how to remedy the damages by the loss of learning, etc. So now inflation. Let's go to inflation. I'm pretty sure that Professor Stiglitz and Mr. Campos will have a lot to say about this, right? And it's going to be pretty interesting. But I wanted to show you the chart. We know, don't we? We know that these are the quarters beginning by the fourth quarter of 2021, right up to what we forecasted, all the quarters estimated for 2023 and the first quarter 2024. If we see this forecast, this projection, and this is correctly done, we are at a turning point where inflation, interannual inflation of consumer prices, this is the UK, this is the US, and these years are the Eurozone and Canada. So apparently inflation will start dropping, meaning that this is slow, right? It's not January, February, we'll see a big drop. No. It's all 2023. It's a long year when you look at inflation. And the question then, the political issue is to fight this, to struggle against it. We've done a bit too much on the increase of monetary policy rates. This is how the central banks have done that. It's a big argument. You know, we always have those that are for central banks and those that are against central banks. This is typical of economy. And this is what we call in English overkill, that this might lead to an overkill, more than what is necessary, causing a recession and a series of costs. I mean, not just the costs of the debt, but those countries that pay a lot of interest on the debt. And then here we have portfolio flows towards Latin America. Here we see September 2020, and clearly, the flows, investment flows are lower. Not just investment flows, but also emerging portfolio. So these are a few features of the macroeconomic scenario, challenges and priorities. When you look at the short-term macro issues briefly, here there are 4 challenges and priorities, and obviously you could add more to the list, but these are key to fight against inflation and the crisis, the cost of living that is very, very serious, some more than others, but it's an issue for everybody. And then we also need to dynamize growth, because if we have high growth, that shows on employment. If there's more employment, there's more tax revenue, and then there's more leeway for transfers to offset social effects and look at investment. And then we need to finance the mitigation of the social effects of the crisis, and finally increase investment. So these are 4 priorities, key issues when we look at macroeconomic short-term policy, which is the package to fight against inflation. And how do we avoid inflation to be concentrated exclusively on the instrument which monetary policy rate is? The fiscal policy needs to contribute to dynamic growth, mitigating the effects of the crisis of employment. I mean, we'll have to see what the role of the fiscal policy is in these circumstances. It's not just a fiscal policy, counter-cyclic, Keynesian, but rather it needs to be very focused, especially on priorities, because there's not much leeway for fiscal policies that are very expansive. And then we have funding for development and mobilization of external resources that need to support the countries that are in the pursuit of a road to growth and sustainable development. How is it possible that there isn't more leeway? How don't we recognize that everybody would be better if we had greater financial space, if we would be able to cope with the debt in a different way, with different plans to alleviate transition? Fiscal policies are here the fundamental challenge. There's a lot of it. When we look at the fiscal policies in each country, we need to see, depending on their conditions, the political economy, etc., a combination of measures that can influence on the increase in tax revenue, reduce evasion, increase of certain taxes, changes in the tax in structures. You need to look at what's happening in Latin America, and of course, support measures to productive sectors and vulnerable sectors, combined with improvements on being more effective in the expenditure. When you look at political negotiations, this is crucial. You're going to tell the countries you're going to go and have more taxes. Come on, you also need to look at the expenditure and be more effective. And then we need to supplement the needs for funding by means of domestic debt and external debt and concessional credits. And there's a big dynamics referred to mobilizing funding with innovative instruments. This is what we call the thematic bonds, green bonds, and also public-private partnerships for future investment. As you see, everything that is creative is here, so that if the state places $1, the private sector will use $5, to give you just an example, right? But that is fundamental. Political economy, the fiscal reforms, it's also a must. I mentioned this already, and lots of countries will need higher levels of tax revenue. And here it's not easy because we have to talk it over with the private sectors and with the people. How are you going to talk about more taxes when there's recession? More taxes, taxes are recessive, right? So it all depends. It all depends on which are those taxes, what level, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What's the tax bracket, et cetera. But that is it, and those are the data. So far, short term. Thinking of structural changes, mid and long term, as I said, you need to do this right away, not because they're short long term, you can leave it till tomorrow. No way, it's all urgent. So this is a circle. It doesn't look like a circle, but I tell you it is a circle. These are the 10 areas that I mentioned. They're all there. You won't find them, those 10 directly. You need to go and look for the different sections, but it's all commented. And this gives you an impression of it being more punctual, more focalized. So we'll a brief comment on each of them. Productivity, productive development. Let's see how we're doing. Employment, inclusive growth. This is a group, right? It's not by chance that I'm putting them together. These are two sides of the same coin. Where are we going to get the future employments? How can we create more, better employment in the future? How not, if it's not through production? So everything regarding productive development policies and the new approach and the structural change, this is where we get quality jobs and not all these informal jobs that we see in recovery. To go to the central issue, which is Latin America's challenge, this is the chart. This is employment productivity chart. Unfortunately, our productivity has been leveled down. In the U.S., the product per worker was 160 to 2019. 60 years in the U.S., and in Latin America is the red line. So the three countries, perfect countries in this graph, which are Korea, Poland, and Turkey. Look at them. Look at it. See how in the 80s and the 90s, they all surpassed us. And they're getting there. They're going close to the US, and we're not. So it's only one piece of information. This of productivity is a big issue. You can't have better lifestyle if you don't have greater productivity, because that's what allows to pay for more salaries, better salaries. Then we need to see what sectors are more effective. And this shows the structural heterogeneity that we have in Latin America. But to sum up, this shows something that we could call a tragedy for Latin America. So what do we do? This is something to do with productive policies. There's a lot to be said, but we're not going to do it now because we don't have the time. But basically, what we've seen is that there's all this new vision of productive development policy. The European countries, the US, are doing a lot of things, even Latin America, but shyly, right? A different approach, an approach that Professor Mazzucato is going to introduce about different kind. We're going to talk about clusters also, the cluster policy, bringing the stakeholders, focusing on the private sector, on the academia, to build based on territories and to generate a new awareness. There's a lot to be done in that respect. The territories have to do it. So this is a new vision, but either countries are not applying them or they're too shy about it. They don't go to the scale that they should go to, because this is productivity and growth and employment. Governments are still shy about applying the new approaches and the new paradigms And in order to trigger their reaction, there still is a lot of futile debates on the role of the state and the market between the economists and all these new collaborative approaches. What's important here is we need to go right into a new dialogue that Professor Masukato will introduce and which he has been publishing about, to move out of this sterile debate of is it the state, is it the market? That leads nowhere. The only way to go, look at the experience of the Asian countries and the high performance countries, look at the collaboration there is between the private and public sector, and look at all that has to do with innovation and allocating resources for development, research and development, and new technology, and of course, human talent, which is the basis for it all to work, right? So what do we have here? We have atomized, fragmentized institutionalities. That's another issue. If you go to a country and there's a lot of fiscal policy, overburden, and a lot of monetary policy, and who's that? The
Hola, tenemos unos problemas técnicos con respecto a la sala. En un momento volvemos.
el aprendizaje digital, por supuesto la conectividad, las capacidades y los contenidos educativos, donde hay toda una revolución, ¿verdad?, que está sucediendo. Y luego invertir más equitativamente, más eficientemente en educación. Hay toda una discusión sobre el balance entre invertir en la educación preprimaria, digamos, o sea, de los niños muy jóvenes, la primaria, secundaria y el balance con la educación ya universitaria. Igualdad de género, esto es lo que, los datos de lo que les decía básicamente, les decía, la brecha en tasas de participación en el empleo entre hombres y mujeres. Vean que, bueno, ha habido algunos años que tiende a cerrarse un poquito, pero estamos sólidamente, si vemos el año 21, tasa de participación de las mujeres 50%, tasa de participación de los hombres 73.7, 24 puntos de diferencia y bueno, se ha venido cerrando un poco, si vemos en el 2001 era más elevado, pero muy lento, aquí hay que definitivamente poner el pie en el acelerador, sobre todo en lo que es el tema de las redes de cuidado, que es de lo que más, digamos, como infraestructura, lo que más habilita y potenciaría la posibilidad de las mujeres y las madres de participar en el mercado de trabajo. Sostenibilidad y cambio climático. Esta es una enorme colección de temas, digamos que llamémoslos siglo XXI, de cosas de futuro. Mire, hay apuestas productivas, hay sectores, hay misiones, hay aglomeraciones productivas en que si
Or
trabajamos
clusters that we must work on and not do it shyly. In the history of Latin America, we had worked a lot about macroeconomics. We have to talk about microeconomics too. We have to talk about energy transition, e-mobility, bioeconomy, the manufacturing industry for health, vaccines, and so on. Hopefully, or it would be good to have macroeconomics under control. So then we can go down to this level to dynamize growth and employment. For all this, we require certain governance schemes, institutions in charge with technical and operational capabilities, policy-based capabilities too. We talk about permanent state policies. Of course, we need that. But if you look at our experience in the different countries and areas in which there is more continuity through governments and more permanent state policies, it's because there are institutions in charge with good officials, with good planning and visions that, with changes in administration, continue to carry out their work. And they build national consensus because the population says, this institution is doing a good job, let's continue along those lines. So to have permanent state policies, one must have good quality institutions with mandates and good governance to move forward. There are a series of capacities, prospective capacities for planning, strategic planning, negotiation. Here we require citizen participation. We are living through times where people participate, they have social media. So to build consensus, we must be very persuasive and teach in the right way. Then evaluation or assessment capabilities and accountability. And I'll conclude with a brief reflection on the need for social dialogue, because a lot is said and very quickly about this of social dialogue, but there are many types. Here I'm showing 3 examples. Some have to do with macroeconomics and tax. When a country is undergoing a macroeconomic or fiscal crisis, you require to put dialogue in place to see how adjustment costs are being distributed, the collective bargaining agreements, how they're faring with salary increases, to have a medium and long-term macroeconomic framework to face the storm. If we can't face the storm, it's a problem indeed. Here, there's a macro national level dialogue among trade unions, business persons, government agencies, all important stakeholders. There's another social dialogue. I worked 14 years at ILO, which is labor-oriented and tripartite. This has been well coded thanks to the ILO conventions. There's a higher council for employment, for instance, to negotiate working conditions, salary increases. They meet sector-based too. But one we are not used to, and that we don't consider an instance of social dialogue, is that for productive development, to increase exports, to increase the level of investments, innovation, investment in research and development, productivity, to carry out those missions that Mariana Sucato mentions, to implement the cluster policies. You can't improvise. So these are the governance topics. This is not so much a matter of negotiating a compact and saying, well, somebody must do this. And 6 months later, we say, well, the government did not execute it. Here, there's a matter of joint governance, of undertaking responsibility for change in a given sector or area. So in summary, and I'll wrap up, we are experiencing a development crisis in the midst of a decade that we are losing or could be better. We cannot transform development models doing the same or doing things that work at a small scale. We need more transformation with all development stakeholders, government, private sector, civil society, academia, the trade unions, and then public policy is essential. There are new visions and innovations about development planning, policy governance. It's a time for it's not a time for gradual, timid changes. It's a time for transformative, audacious policies. ECLAC is your ally to support you in this era of turbulence. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
We thank Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary. We thank him very much for presenting this core document that no doubt will be important because of the level of details and because of the context in which it was published and how current its analytical components are for those that must implement public policies. A very complete roadmap we have here. Now, to start with this round of comments, we are going to change the order slightly, and we are going to give the floor to a friend of ours, Rebecca Greenspoon, who is connected. Is she? Former Ibero-American Secretary General and currently Secretary General of UNCTAD, former Vice President of Costa Rica, and the first woman to become Vice President in Costa Rica. Is she online already? There she is. We can hear her now. Thank you very much. Thank you for introducing me. And Santiago, it's an honor for me to be here with you today. My special greetings to the Minister of Finance of Colombia, José Antonio Campo. He took me to CEPAL and introduced me to the UN. So I've always thanked him for that, and I do that publicly today. I also wish to thank Jose Manuel Salazar and congrats for your appointment and for this first session you are chairing, and to the Nobel Prize laureates, Joseph Stiglitz and Mariana Mussocato from UCL. It's an honor to share this panel with you. Besides thanking panelists and thanking you for the invitation, I would like to commend you for the presentations, Jose Manuel Salazar and the CEPAL staff that has produced an excellent document. And as very quickly to react to it, because I know it's late, I'd like to convey 4 messages regarding the text, 2 at the global and 2 at the level and 2 at the regional level. My first message is what we have called the Global Crisis Response Group. The context of these cascading crises, the global diagnosis of UNCTAD fully agrees with the one enshrined in this document. We live in a world of systemic crisis, what some call a polycrisis, and what Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called the perfect storm. The document has listed the main crises that we face as to the increase in the cost of living, climate change, and COVID, an increase in interest rates, and the debt issues. But allow me to add 2 comments to this topic. Firstly, that the cascading crises mean shocks that feed into one another and lead to transformations. As to food, as you know, I've been part of the team set up by the Secretary General in the Global Crisis Response Group and the agreement signed in Istanbul between the UN and Turkey with Ukraine and Russia to open up the grain corridor in the Black Sea, allowing foodstuff and fertilizers from Ukraine and Russia to go into the markets again. Thanks to these efforts, the food price index of FAO has had a drop 7 months running. This is a very impressive outcome resulting from a multilateral effort in very difficult conditions, as is the war in Ukraine. But at the same time, in developing countries, this drop in international prices of grain has not translated into a drop of prices of food at the national level for many reasons, but one is because the legal tender or currencies in the South have devalued vis-a-vis the dollar because of the monetary policies of the Fed and of the main central banks worldwide. And since the currencies have depreciated in 90 countries of the South, imports have become more expensive. And although international prices have dropped, prices at the national level have increased. And therefore, we clearly say there's no solution to the food security crisis if we don't find a solution to the financial crisis. The second thing I'd like to say about cascading crisis is that cascading crises are cascading inequalities. And in the crisis, gaps widen. This is happening everywhere, between countries and in and within countries. For the first time in several decades, we see a different trajectory between developing and developed countries. And within the countries, we see an enhancement of gender gaps, as has already been mentioned, in digital connection, in between rural and urban areas. So this polycrisis is a political challenge, a geopolitical challenge, and a social one too. And this highlights the debate on whether we are going to have another lost decade in the region, as the executive secretary well said. And people measure lost decades in terms of GDP. The 2025 GDP will be equal to the 2015 GDP, for instance. But the true measure for lost decades are social aspects. In the 1980s, it was a lost decade, economically speaking, but 2 decades were lost socially speaking. And this can well happen again. We talked about the educational blackout. We talked about how many people are living under the poverty line. And we talked about how gender gaps have widened. And therefore, how there's this hysteresis where a short-term crisis turns into a long-term path that is not inclusive and is neither sustainable. My second message is that globalization or de-globalization, as José Manuel well said, here I would underscore a very important message. We are experiencing deep changes in globalization. Now we have a very different world trade, as the executive secretary said, to that of the 1990s, not only in terms of growth rates, as well said, but also as to the capacity to promote global growth, but also structurally speaking. Nowadays, not the economy, but it's geopolitics that is in the driving seat of international development. Fragmentation at the global level has had serious consequences and brought about massive disruptions in international trade, particularly affecting developing countries. We must say this. The countries in the global south have felt abandoned. Inequalities in the distribution of vaccines referred to by President Fernandez is a clear example of that feeling of abandonment, and the lack of ambition and action this year within the international financial system has exacerbated that feeling. So, as the executive secretary well said, the overlapping of the geopolitics and the economic aspects, needs greater resilience in terms of self-sufficiency and security in the global supply chains as a mechanism to face a world that is more and more uncertain. We've gone from the just-in-time to the just-in-case, and from the offshoring to the nearshoring. And which will prevail? Hopefully, it won't be the friendshoring, which is the worst of all, but in the nearshoring or in the reshoring, what will prevail? That will depend on technology in terms of productivity and logistics. I don't have time to delve deeper into this, but at UNCTAD, we all agree with the analysis. What we can say is that there's a trend towards shorter, more diversified, regulated value chains as to their environmental aspects, and more technology intensive are trends that we see in our analysis over time. And allow me to add 2 comments. I don't think this is the end of globalization, but instead it's a reconfiguration of globalization. These 3 years in which these 3 years have shown that global trade is hard to kill. So geopolitics and resilience don't mean less trade, but instead a different kind of trade. And in this reconfiguration, we have a core topic, which is that of regionalization, the more relevant role to be played by the regions. In this new regionalism, will it be closed or open? That's a question to be answered. But we know that regional trade, geopolitically and as to resilience, is core, because the regions will become the negotiation bodies in a more multipolar world. The harder it is to negotiate at the global level at WTO, more important it will be to negotiate at the inter and intra-regional level, so that countries can set up their own poles to dance with elephants, as we say, because if there are no universal rules for trade, it will be power imposed by the elephants. And for this, we need to have a more regional action.
As much, the regional supply chains have shown they're resilient. And we've seen this in the pandemic. In 2021, we showed that in the regions that had trade agreements, regional trade agreements, trade dropped in average 6% less than the total trade during those months of the pandemic. 2 tweets then regarding these messages that I'd like to focus or stress on. And these are about Latin America. The first thing I'd like to mention is that in a world that is being reconfigured, the worst thing is to stand still. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to us geopolitically and commercially. Interregional trade has dropped actually in the last 20 years. And obviously the issue isn't economic, but rather political. Our generation has spent all the time talking about this, and we still have the problem with us. So I think it's wonderful that ECLAC has gone back to this, and I think it's also wonderful that Secretary Salazar has focused on it in his presentation. And this is what the Secretary for Strategic Affairs of Argentina also said, as well as the President and the Foreign Office Minister. Another very important item is the need to increase investment. Indeed, what we've had is periods of underinvestment and market underinvestment. And if we compare to Asia, we'll see that. But the thing is, in the rising interest rates, global uncertainty, and indebtedness as we have, where will we get resources? And the recent UNCTAD analysis show the scope and the dimension of the problem. Here, I'd like to stress the international system. This last year, given the rise of interest rates, over $750 billion have stopped being invested towards the future in developing countries. 380,000 billion in international reserves. That's what the international reserves have dropped of developing countries, and 370 billion in income that will not be perceived or collected because of the increase in interest rates. This is according to a model drawn up not by us, but by the Fed. Each increase in each interest rate point, that will mean less growth at a 0.8% for all countries. So this being the case, where all the weight of controlling inflation is on the interest rates and the central banks of developing countries, which besides are not national policies, but they have an impact on the whole world. If we keep on walking this way, the only thing we're heading for is a recession, and obviously an overexposure of developing countries. And that's where we suggest three things. First, liquidity, especially by means of a new issue of special drawing rights and rechanneling of SDRs that have already been issued, and the increase of emergency loans by the World Bank and the IMF, including the elimination of overfields, something that Argentina has really gone way out of its way to obtain. Second, reshuffling debt, reorganizing debt. The world doesn't have multilateral organisms or organizations in this area, especially the mid-income country. And thirdly, long-term investment, basically through development multilateral banks that need to recapitalize their balance sheets and lend more with what they have. The CAF in this aspect is doing a good job. And here we should say that the resources, the international bodies have them, that the instruments, same, they have them, and the institutions to make the calls are there. What we're lacking is a political will to reach out to the developing world in a global crisis, which is not the result of any decision taken by our countries. So, dear Jose Manuel, dear friends, back to the idea I voiced at the beginning. True enough, we are living in a world in crisis, but this polycrisis is, at the end of the day, a crisis of a politics in capital, of politics as a collective action, as a national, international action. So we need hope, we need solidarity, and especially we need the voice and the collective action to protect this. Thank you very much.
Sí, escucha ahí, ahí está. Bueno, y ahora
And now I'm honored to introduce the Nobel Prize in Economics, Professor Stiglitz, Joseph Stiglitz, somebody we all know well, somebody who has helped back when Nestor Kirchner's government began. He had just published his book on the ill comfort in globalization, and that was part of an effect that Argentina was also rescheduling its debt. So his comments, his advice was always valuable for Argentina. And 20 years from then, we're ready to hear your comment, Professor. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here, particularly at the invitation of ECLAC. My first visit to Latin America and to Argentina was almost 50 years ago at the invitation of ECLAC. And it was actually to discuss one of the issues that we're discussing today, and I'll comment on industrial policy. It's also a real pleasure to be here through the United Nations, because the United Nations has been a very strong voice for peace and the economy. And one of the poly crises that we're facing is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The UN was founded to stop that kind of violation of international law. And the Secretary General has been very outspoken in trying to halt this terrible aggression, the breakdown of international law, and to minimize some of the consequences, as Rebecca mentioned, in terms of making sure that there's a continuation of food supply. Let me also say that the report is an excellent report, and both in its coverage, in details, in its emphasis on the urgency of the issues at play. And given the limited amount of time I have, I'm only going to be able to touch on a few of the key issues. I want to begin with the emphasis that it places on the need for industrial policies, something I think Mariana will expand in her talk. It also talks about the need for a strong welfare state, public investment, addressing inequality, climate change, and addressing, obviously, the current macroeconomic situation. In terms of industrial policies, I want to make just a few comments that maybe brings together some of the remarks that were made this morning by the president, that were mentioned by Rebecca. The first is, one of the things that has become very clear in the last few years is that borders matter. For the decades after World War II, there was a big effort to try to globalize the world and to try to pretend that borders didn't matter. Francis Fukuyama talked about our moving to a world where the end of history, where we would all be liberal democracies and free market economies. Well, one aspect where we saw in a very ugly way that borders mattered was the vaccine apartheid that was practiced by the United States and Europe, the result of which was the United States and Europe put the profits of the pharmaceutical companies, including Pfizer and Moderna, over the lives of the people in Latin America. And the statistics that were put forward that you described of the impact, where the region accounts for almost 30% of the global deaths, while only 8.4% of the global population, is just one consequence. of that vaccine apartheid. In fact, Latin America felt the consequences of that vaccine apartheid more strongly than any other region. I want to congratulate Argentina for standing up to the attempt at extortion, effectively a distortion by Pfizer. And its demand for outrageous prices, for a demand for secrecy in procurement, where one of the things that all democracies have been working for is open contracts. And so you see they were trying to undermine the bases of democracy. So there are many elements of this, in a limited time I can't go into it, but I do want to congratulate what Argentina did to make sure that its people had a vaccine in spite of an attempted extortion by Pfizer. And it was very successful in eventually getting the vaccines. But now the issue is we've moved on from vaccines to testing and treatment, and Pfizer is at it again. And I want to urge the countries of the region to issue compulsory licenses for Plaxivit and any other of the effective treatments to protect your citizens. The WTO provides for compulsory licenses, and you need to use all what are called the flexibilities within the WTO, and not stand up to intimidation that they may try to raise. The second thing I want to talk about in terms of industrial policies is there's been a very major change in the structure of the global economy. In terms of the United States, the manufacturing is only 8-9% of employment in GDP. There is so 21st century industrial policies have to reflect the fact we're moving towards a service sector and knowledge-based economy. It is so important to promote, make sure that that the countries get full value added out of their natural resources like lithium that the president referred to. But at the same time, it has to be recognition that much of what is going to have to be done is going to be directed to the new structures of the service sector and the knowledge-based economy. Some of this is being done in some of the countries within the region, but not in many others. And I think that would address some of the productivity issues that you talked about, that you mentioned. The third is, one has to be very careful in the design of industrial policies. In the past, sometimes these have been used not to promote new industries, but to protect old industries. Sometimes they have been used to, in effect, subsidies have resulted in distributive effects that benefit those at the top of the distribution, worsening inequality. An example of that is the energy subsidies in Argentina, which are massive in size. And if those resources were redirected in better ways, gradually, it would have a very big effect. Well, we cannot talk about the issues of structural transformation, which are at the core of what ECLAC has been talking about since the beginning, with privation and a succession of great leadership, without talking about the current moment in macroeconomics. So I want to spend just a minute about that, about those issues. There is, in a sense, a narrow corridor, a narrow span of policy. One doesn't want to have austerity that will plunge the region into a recession or a slowdown. Nor does one want to have inflation, unbridled inflation that would present another set of problems. And between those two, it's going to be, navigating between those two is going to be difficult. But let me say, I think it is possible. And I want to talk about some of the elements of what needs to be done. To maintain spending to protect the vulnerable and to advance the kinds of agenda that you talked about, the government is going to need revenue. And this is a moment where there are lots of opportunities for increasing revenues. There have been huge windfall profits, even as the pandemic and inflation have put enormous stress on ordinary individuals, people at the bottom. A few companies have been making billions and billions and billions of dollars and have not been spending it on investment to increase productivity, but as in the United States, spending it on share buybacks. In my estimation, this is unconscionable. And so one needs broad-based windfall profits taxes. Many countries, in my view, is the natural resources of a country belong to the country, to the people of the country. And many countries do not have adequate taxation of natural resource rents. Many countries do not have sufficiently progressive taxation. They don't tax capital gains, or when they tax capital gains or inheritance, they tax it at lower rates than can be justified. And in many countries, there's massive tax avoidance. Let me make clear, I believe very strongly that the kinds of reforms that I've just described, one can have significantly increases in revenue and actually promote investment, actually promote employment and get a stronger economy. And I want to commend a couple of the countries, Chile and Colombia, putting on the table tax reforms that are important moves in the right direction. That's one part of the response to, on the fiscal side, to the current conjuncture. Another way, part of addressing the problems of the stress being placed on our citizens all over the world, is how to deal with surging agricultural prices and electricity prices. And I've argued in a recent article in Project Syndicate about describe how Europe has been shooting itself in the foot in the way that they have electricity prices set, that the one ought to employ nonlinear prices. It's a detail, but we won't have time to go into it. But in Argentina, you should have export taxes, levies on exports of soybeans and other agricultural goods, because that will lower the price domestically and lower the stress put on ordinary citizens. I know there's been some political resistance, but it's still the right policy. So that's on the fiscal side. Let me talk about monetary policy. I think it's already been described how the Federal Reserve's increase in interest rates is imposing enormous costs on Latin America and the entire developing countries and emerging markets. It's reminiscent of what happened back in Volcker's day that set off the Latin American crisis. One of my friends on the Federal Reserve Board at the time warned Volcker that it would lead to a Latin American development, a Latin American debt crisis. And he said, that's not my problem. It is a global problem, though. And what U.S. does has severe externalities, severe spillover effects on Latin America. But Latin America needs to respond cautiously to this. And let's be clear, raising interest rates is not going to create more oil, more food, not going to solve the chip shortage problem that was one of the sources of inflation in the United States. It's not going to do anything about rents in the United States. It's going to make each of these problems worse. And there is an ideology that I'll come to in just a minute that is driving what the Fed does. It's not based on sound economic analysis. It's based on a knee-jerk reaction. And it is very important in Latin America not have that same knee-jerk reaction. And some countries are raising their interest rates to exorbitant levels, real interest rates to levels that will absolutely kill the economy. And you will have another lost decade or lost 2 decades. So I want to emphasize that you need more fiscal space, but don't go overboard on inflation. It's not only overkill, it is counterproductive. It will increase inflation in this current circumstances. Not not when it's demand cost inflation, but in particular conjunction that we have today. Let me raise one more bucket of arguments, and I know my time is running out, and that is one of the things that is underneath this report is neoliberalism is dead. The Chicago boys that have so much influence in Latin America, hopefully their influence is coming to an end. Boric expressed it very forcefully in the context of Chile. He said, if neoliberalism was born in Chile, neoliberalism will be buried in Chile. But I don't want to put in a political context. What I want to say is the set of ideas are dead, not only in Latin America, but also in the United States. We're having discussions all over the United States about where the post-neoliberal economic agenda. There is a broad consensus that growth has been slower and the benefits of that growth have been lower, have gone disproportionately, almost exclusively to the people at the top. And that's part of the story of the inequality. The chart that you presented showed how growth after neoliberalism, after Milton Friedman's idea came into play in 1980 in Latin America, growth has been lower and lower, and inequality has been higher and higher. And so there is a need for a new economic model. Part of that model needs to focus on the fact, not just on redistribution, but we call redistribution, changing the rules of the game in ways that lead to greater equality and greater dynamism. Part of that is, for instance, change of the tax laws that I talked about before, but part of it is stronger competition laws. In many Latin American countries, there is, in many markets, there are excessive concentrations of market power. One part I want to talk about on neoliberalism, just very, very briefly, is the international agenda. The international agenda, the rules of the game that were decided in the 1980s into the 1990s were shaped by a neoliberal view of the world, that markets in general work, solve all the problems. And we now know that that framework was absolutely wrong. And that's why the international organizations are under such stress. The WTO rules on intellectual property, which resulted in the vaccine apartheid, are a prime example. But there are many others that have already been talked about. And I just want to say that one of the things I hope that ECLAC will do will raise their voice on these international issues. And just to repeat, a greater issue, further issues of SDRs, a recycling of the SDRs to the countries that need it, a better structure of debt management. Jose Antonio and I were on a UN commission in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, and both of these were among the recommendations that we made in 2008. In 2015, the UN overwhelmingly supported what we said and called for a better debt restructuring framework. Almost unanimous. There are, I think, 6 countries that voted against it. Unfortunately, they were the wrong 6 countries, and nothing happened. And so today we find the world in a debt crisis with no framework to effectively address it. We need a better framework for intellectual property rights. The World Bank is not stepping up to its obligation of providing public goods, global public goods, the most important of which is responding to climate change. And let me finally mention one issue again in which Jose Antonio and I have been involved: global tax avoidance. It's not just in Latin America, it's global. And globalization has provided a fertile field for this to occur on a massive scale. And even if the international community has been unable to agree on a way forward, or to enact the way forward that they agreed to, Latin America should get together and agree on a pact for tax avoidance within the region. So finally, let me just conclude and say there are, I think, great challenges and great opportunities for Latin America. I think your report laid out a framework for thinking about it. A key to that framework is recognizing the limits of markets, but also the strengths of markets. And recognizing success is going to entail not just the private sector and the public sector working together, that's important, but also a whole rich ecology of institutions. The strongest institutions, I think, in the United States are universities. They're neither for-profit, nor are they, most of them, state universities, although there are great state universities like the University of California. So one can create strong institutions, cooperatives, very strong in Costa Rica. There are a whole ecology of institutions which shape who we are and shape our society. And I think the challenge going forward is to try to bring together that rich ecology, create that rich ecology of institutions to increase the well-being of the citizens of Latin America in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stiglitz. You, as usual, you're extraordinary. Your position, how detailed your presentations are, they're wonderful for us in charge of public administration in the world of uncertainty. And now I'd like the professor of the Economy of Innovation and Public Value of the University of London to take the floor. Thank you very much, and I am honored to be here with ECLAC, with a new executive secretary. Thank you for that. And the Argentine government. Santiago, yesterday we had dinner with the president.
New economic thinking. I don't know if the slides can also come here in front so I can see the slides. That'd be fantastic. And the new economic thinking, John Maynard Keynes often said, it's not just that we have the wrong policies, but the practitioners on the ground who think they're doing good and they are trying to do good are often slaves of defunct economic theory. And so part of this is doing, exactly what Joe just finished with, which is let's be very clear that the bottlenecks have often been the assumptions of how the state should act, Is it just a market fixer? Or what does it mean to actively co-shape and co-create a market? What is the private sector assumption? Is it right that it's just maximizing shares through things like share buybacks? Or what does it mean to take for real and to walk the talk of stakeholder value? So those are just two examples where we need actually not just the blah, blah, but really concrete new forms of governance, reviving the institutional capacity that Jose Manuel talked about. And this is really where I want to focus on. And I'll focus on 4 key areas. One will be about the need, in order to put this report into practice, a new framing for the policymaking process itself around market shaping and what I'll call missions. And for that, I'm very happy to say that we have another report that is being launched during the CEPAL conference that is being presented tomorrow and on mission-oriented thinking. And my comments really about the conversation between these 2 reports, the ones you heard presented today and the ones that I'll be presenting tomorrow, which is focusing mainly on industrial strategy. But really, industrial strategy is kind of everything, right? It's how you transform an economy, not leaving behind any one sector, but forming missions around climate, around health, around digital divide that can really galvanize investment, which, as we heard, is too low, innovation, new forms of collective intelligence across many sectors. So I'll focus on that first. Within that conversation, it's also really about how do we make sure that the natural resource sector, not just the old oil sector and old forms of mining, but especially the new sexy mining like lithium, doesn't fall down that rabbit hole again of just an extractive economy. What does it really mean to build an ecosystem, for example, around lithium that includes really interesting, creative new digital services, which make sure that that's a input into a sustainable growth strategy where digitalization is key to any mission, but that means going beyond the idea of just extracting the lithium and selling it off to someone else to make the batteries, which we heard about in the report, but I'll just say a bit more about that. Third, this idea of tackling inequality, which really comes out so forcefully in the report. This idea of doing what Joe talked about, of tackling it in a pre-distributive way. Let's not create a mess from how we actually produce and then pick up the mess later through market failure fixing, but also through redistribution. Why don't we just get the conditions right from the start, get the prices right, get the intellectual property rights, get the partnership right. So it's a symbiotic partnership, not a parasitic partnership. And Pfizer's a perfect example of a parasitic partnership with the state. I often tell my husband, if I don't come home at night, it was Pfizer. Because it's been about 10 years I've been ranting about one of the most financialized companies in the world, and also very dysfunctional in terms of how it negotiates. And really that issue of negotiation is what I think inclusive growth has to be, to elevate up the word deal, the deal, right? We talk about the Green Deal, and the green bit, we kind of know what needs to happen. Just read the science. The deal, it's a new social contract. And we need a lot of creative thinking about that. And I will talk specifically about conditionality. Why do we not have more conditionality, whether it's with public banks, whether it's with procurement, whether it's with bailout programs? And lastly, the issue of fiscal space, which of course is needed. And by the way, the Prime Minister of Barbados, I think, is the most eloquent person in the world right now about the need for fiscal space to battle climate change. Otherwise, she says, we have a double jeopardy. We both got screwed from the climate change caused by another part of the world, how the West developed, and now we're being strangled by not actually having the financial and fiscal space to tackle it, given that often it's the developing countries feeling the symptoms of it the most. If you haven't heard her Summit of the Americas speech and her COP26 speech, listen to it. She is the leader of the moment on climate, the Prime Minister of Barbados. So not only do we need fiscal space, even if we get it in the way that Mia Mottley, Prime Minister, says we need, it's not enough. If we don't have the public sector capabilities that I believe have been dismantled kind of on purpose in the last 50 years. I've actually set up a whole institute in London, at University College London, dedicated to really rethinking the civil service and that capacity, the creative bureaucracies that we need. And all of this is so complementary to what you were saying on the how. So I really look forward to working with CEPAL. And the first time I should say I worked with CEPAL was when I had the honor to give the Raúl Prebisch lecture. Thank you so much. On on the back of which we actually came to Argentina. Was kind of like a road tour. So again, very important for me today to be here. So let me just go very quickly over these. I've kind of already said everything. I'll just say it again in the remaining minutes, but with some slides and some context and a bit of meat around the skeleton. So all the challenges that the report talks about are incredibly important. And they're especially important in a moment where we have short-term challenges, right? The energy crisis, the climate crisis, just not so short-term, the COVID crisis, but the structural challenges are long-term issues. And they're long-term issues that are not inevitable. What I loved actually about the inaugural speech of President Petro in Colombia was that he talked about 100 years of solitude and the need to really think through the possibilities that we have in the future in order not to be stuck in the past. And the idea of possibility of the future means that we need to be creating an economy. There's nothing inevitable about inflation. There's nothing inevitable about even displacement of labor with digitalization. There's nothing inevitable about having slow bureaucracies. These are outcomes of decisions we have actually made. Productivity lagging in many Latin American and Caribbean countries, but honestly, also in many Southern European countries like Italy, is an outcome of the lack of investment in the public sector and the private sector. And in the private sector, we should talk more about that inertia. I have a good friend who used to run the Brazilian Development Bank, Luciano Coutinho, who used to say, Brazil is capitalism without capitalists. So we could talk more about that. But so what does it actually mean to really galvanize and catalyze public investment that truly crowds in that private sector investment that should almost be conditional, right? Conditional in order to receive any subsidy, guarantee, bailout, and so on to make sure that profits are reinvested back in. So these challenges, I think, are really critical to look at, but especially to transform into innovation opportunities. And what the report does so well, it's very clear on these broad challenges, the care economy, the digital economy, the circular economy, the sustainable economy, really important words, which are not sectoral. These are challenges, desafíos. I never know the difference between reto and desafío. Is it the same word? Yeah? Well, okay. Desafíos. That can then help us formulate really concrete missions and moonshots. This is the bit about the blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the Sustainable Development Goals are critical. There's 17 of them. We've had them since 2015. Why, oh why, oh why are we not achieving them? Is there a true investment and innovation trajectory to achieve them? And it's not just about the inertia. It sometimes has been about the framing that we either have the 17 goals or we have 169 targets beneath them. There's something in the middle called mission, right? With the moon landing, it wasn't just beat the Russians, which, you know, today kind of resonates. It wasn't just we want to be the first on the moon. It was getting to the moon and back in a short amount of time. That's very specific. You can actually answer, did you do it? And forget the conspiracy theories that say it never happened, but, you know, we're all adults in the room. They did it. Along the way, there was 1,000 homework problems that had to be solved. Where the solutions got us things like camera phones, foil blankets, baby formula, software. This idea of dynamic spillovers along the way to solve a mission means that you really also have to redesign the contracts, redesign the tools that you have at your disposal, like procurement. It was so interesting with the Apollo program. The first thing they did once they became super ambitious with the mission was to change how they did procurement, las compras públicas. Yeah, away from cost plus formatting towards fixed price, like a challenge-oriented procurement with incentives for innovation and quality improvement. So they would have never gotten to the moon without that redesign of something as boring, or I actually get very excited by procurement. So the idea of actually starting with the goals, turning them into really specific missions like carbon neutral cities in a region by specific amount of time, and really not letting any sector stay behind. It's not just about renewable energy. It's about infrastructure, transport, how we recycle, repurpose, reuse across the manufacturing sector, agriculture and cattle raising, turning them green. How can they become green? It's not going to happen without a really dynamic negotiation, like happened recently in Germany, where the steel sector, acero, which everywhere in the world is asking for help, it got the help it needed from the KfW, the equivalent of BNDES, but in Germany, conditional that steel would lower its material content, which it did, the repurpose, reuse, recycle technology across the whole supply chain. And the same thing happened in Sweden. So today they have the greenest steel manufacturing in the world, not because they went to Davos to talk about purpose or stakeholder value, but because they had to get €1 out of the government. And then those projects underneath, of which, of course, these are just some examples, but much experimentation. This idea of collective intelligence, I think we need to unpick what it means, but to use kind of clear steering from the government on what needs to be done, but keep open the how, leave it open so that you have as much business experimentation as possible across all these different sectors and that bottom-up-ness. And within that, of course, and I don't have to say much more than this because we've all heard it today, something like the lithium triangle, right, can both be a problem if it's seen through the old way of looking at industrial strategy, a sector to prop up, to subsidize, to give guarantees, or an input towards a transformative, sustainable growth trajectory. And it's about both going up the value chain, which, by the way, I think you should also do with coffee, because I still haven't had really good coffee since I've been traveling around America. Illy, which is the best coffee, I think, in Italy. It's coffee that comes from Latin America, but the value added is done in Italy, right? So really going up the value added process for these natural resources, especially the new sexy ones that Elon Musk wants. It's not just about making batteries here, but really creating a whole ecosystem of, for example, digital services around that. I often give the example of Denmark. It's a tiny little country. It is the #1 provider today of high-tech green digital services to China. And China's spending 3 trillion, 12 zeros, in order to green its entire manufacturing base. And the digital services are coming from Denmark because of the startup scene they had in a city called Copenhagen that wanted to be the greenest city in the world. And then through the public procurement, the market making process, the scaling up of the startups to produce the digital services that big manufacturing companies like Vestas needed, an amazing ecosystem. So it's not about manufacturing or services, it's about both around a dynamic learning collective intelligence economy. Inclusive growth, again, get the conditions right from the beginning. There's all sorts of ways to do it. Joe already talked about intellectual property rights. I chair the World Health Organization Council on the Economics of Health for All. Only women, by the way. I had to find the best economists. They happen to be only women. And we've written a lot about this. Look at our website. There's plenty of very concrete recommendations, including how the Financial Intermediary Fund, a new big fund out there for pandemic preparedness, for the new viruses coming our way, need to really embody conditionality. But also the problem with patents is they're too wide, they're too strong, hard to license, they're too upstream. They should not be patenting the tools for research. That's been part of the whole deregulation of the patenting system. It's become a massive extraction machinery, which it doesn't have to be. It's not about being pro or against patents, it's how do you govern the patents for the common good? And then these issues of conditionalities like the ones I just mentioned. Moving on, it's not moving, there we go. And that public-private partnership, of course it's about partnership, but just like a marriage or a couple's, whichever sex, it's not always a good partnership. Sometimes there's problematic partnerships that end in divorce. Let's be rigorous on the kind of partnership we want. A biologist will not let you be lazy when you use the word ecosystem. They'll say, predator-prey, parasitic, symbiotic, mutualistic. What metrics do we have to make sure we have symbiotic, mutualistic ecosystems? And again, going to the moon required 400,000 people, many different sectors, nutrition, electronics, machinery, software. But what was interesting was the contracts. And the contracts included not only the challenge-led procurement, but also no excess profits. No excess profits that today we have in pharmaceuticals, that we have in energy, and so on. In the pharmaceutical industry, the reason it's so important is there's huge amounts of public money. In the US, 43 billion a year on health innovation, no conditionalities attached. So prices go to the sky, and the IPR is very problematic, as I mentioned. And we've already talked about vaccine apartheid. That's the word, vaccine apartheid, but it doesn't have to be like that. In fact, if you look at the 8 vaccines out there, The Pfizer one is hugely problematic, we heard. AstraZeneca one is different. They negotiated low costs, low prices, knowledge sharing, a temperature that is not too low so you can actually produce it and store it also in Africa. And that was a negotiation between public and private. Oxford, you'll remember, is a public institution. In Europe, we mainly have public universities. And there was a negotiation between the Oxford University researchers and AstraZeneca. So I encourage all of us to not be very blah, blah with public and private. Say that public-private partnership, for example, AstraZeneca was functional and more symbiotic than that partnership, which was predatory. So we're only going to learn how to do capitalism better through trial and error, sandboxing, but also calling things out without shame. Hence my husband taking care when I don't come home. This issue of fiscal space, which I won't talk about, we've heard is absolutely needed. There's new ways, for example, taxing excess profits that Joe talked about, but without capacity and capability on the ground, it ain't going to happen. And I see this in Italy, in the so-called developed world. I think Italy is high income developing country, but anyway, they have not been investing in their own public sector capacity. So when you have a 2 trillion euro next gen recovery scheme, that's our Build Back Better around climate and digitalization, it lands in a country where the civil service doesn't necessarily, not because they're stupid, but because they have not been armed with the tools of implementation because of, for example, an overuse of outsourcing, contracting, whether it's to McKinsey or others, the lack of investment in our own brains. And this is why I think it's really also important, let me just skip ahead, to think about the labs we need inside our governments to experiment. And, you know, I mentioned yesterday to Jose Manuel, why don't we think of like an annual event that CEPAL could perhaps organize between all Latin American and Caribbean countries to actually meet on what worked, what didn't, when you tried to change procurement, when you tried to change how a public bank like BNDES might try to introduce conditionalities, what it means to do the kind of outcomes-oriented budgeting that Porto Alegre did in Brazil, also with participatory budgeting. So we have some of these in Latin America, like Laboratorio de Gobierno in Chile. We have examples also at the city level. I put here the one Laboratorio para la Ciudad in Mexico City. Imagine if through a conference like this, we decide every Latin American and Caribbean country will set up a Laboratorio de Gobierno in order to really start learning and sharing the experience, that kind of convening power that CEPAL has, to form the collective intelligence on how to do public differently, putting public value, public purpose at the center of instruments, which help to get less captured, what it means to do mission-oriented industrial strategy instead of the old style sectoral, just handing out money to specific sectors, what it means to do that kind of challenge-led policies. And, you know, again, it's not enough to have a public bank. Always coming back to Italy, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, our public bank, has been part of the problem. We just hand out money to sectors that say, help, help, I need help to stay alive. You shouldn't get help to stay alive, you should get help to transform. And it's interesting actually to learn from different public banks, including BNDES, in moments where there was a real vision at the top to have both inclusive growth and innovation-led growth, what it meant for the conditions at the level of the loan programs, similar to the ones I mentioned before, with the German one. I think I'm actually done, but these are slowly. Okay, I'll just say one thing I think the report could have maybe said a bit more about was the R&D problem. And it's not just that we have too little investment by both the public sector and the private sector in knowledge. It's that knowledge, in order to be truly collective intelligence, also needs institutions, right? So science industry linkages, like the Fraunhofers or the catapults in Europe. There's some of that, of course, in Latin America, but really being clear what these new institutions and institutional capacity that Jose Manuel talked about, what does it mean for the design of those institutions themselves? And what does it mean for the contracting between the different knowledge creating partners to make sure that that knowledge is shared? So here too, we need more investment in R&D, but that will not be enough unless we truly think through what it means. Sorry, this is my last slide here, just on that new language that Joe also talked about. What does it mean to really drive a collective symbiotic system, moving away from fixing markets to co-creating them, moving away from this idea of just de-risking to welcoming uncertainty, away from picking winners to picking the willing? What does it mean for a public bank to provide finance, long-term finance to those organizations that are willing to work with you around the desafíos and retos in the report, not leveling, but tilting by really aligning things like tax incentives towards a direction of green growth, not outsourcing, but capacity building, which again, Jose Manuel's points highlighted even more. And we're also going to need new metrics. You know, if along the way to the moon is where all the cool things happened, do we know how to measure that in our ministries of finance? Or is it just cost benefit analysis and net present value? What are the new forms, new tools that we need to actually capture that economy-wide multiplier, the catalytic effect that we need from our public institutions, whether they're public banks or innovation agencies? Thank you.
Por último, hago la presentación y la excusa. Un amigo también de la casa, José Antonio Ocampo, que ha participado también y ha hecho muchos aportes, no solo en su paso por la CEPAL, sino también ahora, en este último tiempo, en la Argentina. Ha tenido también siempre observaciones destacables que el mismo presidente de la Nación hoy, el día de hoy le agradeció. Así que, bueno, José Antonio, muchísimas gracias. Hoy, como ministro de Hacienda y Crédito de Colombia, el micrófono es tuyo. Muchas gracias.
No, muchas gracias. Como siempre, encantado de estar en esta nación hermana, que es Argentina, y obviamente en las reuniones de la CEPAL, que para mí siempre han estado, es una institución que ha estado en mi corazón todo el tiempo y que tuve la oportunidad pues de dirigir por 6 años. Debo además estar muy complacido por lugar de estar en este panel con el profesor Stiglitz, que de hecho fue mi profesor en el doctorado, pero después con el cual he tenido oportunidad de trabajar muchos temas como él lo mencionó, pero siempre ha continuado siendo mi profesor. Y además, bueno, con Mariana Mazzucato, que gran amiga, pero también mi profesora y nuestra profesora, como ustedes han visto en su exposición. Bueno, y finalmente con Rebeca Greenspan, que dijo que yo la había traído a la CEPAL, cosa que es correcto. Debo decir que yo hice 2 buenas inversiones en la CEPAL y en Naciones Unidas, que fue incorporar a Rebeca Greenspan y a Alicia Bárcena. Ambas las contraté yo como secretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL. Entonces, muy bien. Hay muchísimos temas y obviamente la hora no es la mejor para hablar, pero debo tal vez decir que es interesante. Yo creo que el título de este informe de la CEPAL es correcto, digamos que es la transformación del nuevo modelo de desarrollo. Y debo recordar tal vez 2 eventos, pues como se ha dicho, esta es la patria de don Raúl Previs, que es el padre intelectual del pensamiento cepalino o estructuralista, como le llamamos, en América Latina, con su famoso manifiesto latino, lo que después Albert Hirschman llamó el manifiesto latinoamericano, que fue el documento de la CEPAL de 1949. Pero además debo decir que, digamos, este es sin duda un momento para repensar a fondo el modelo de desarrollo. Yo, curiosamente, estuve en la CEPAL al final de la década de los 90, que fue la década de las reformas económicas, cuyos resultados, como mostró el secretario ejecutivo, a quien obviamente celebro que se haya unido a esta casa, fue una década bastante frustrante, la década de los 90. Donde se esperaban grandes crecimientos que no se dieron, y ahí pues se armaron muchos documentos, entre las cuales uno que yo me complací mucho en decir, que se llama Equidad, Desarrollo y Ciudadanía, que fue el documento del milenio, el documento que publicamos en el año 2000. En fin, digamos, el tema, yo comenzaría brevemente resaltando que, digamos, tal vez para los gobiernos hoy en día el tema de coyuntura es enorme, por los temas de la incertidumbre internacional y las políticas que se están haciendo. Eso es un tema que nos golpea por muchos lados, la desaceleración económica, el menor crecimiento, en fin. Pero yo diría en particular por las tasas de interés y las tasas de cambio y la forma como nos están golpeando. Digamos, el tema para nosotros es extremadamente complejo con el tema de las tasas de interés. Si la Reserva Federal aumenta la tasa de interés, como lo volverá a hacer 1, 2, 3 veces, no una, 2 o 3, diría yo, veces, digamos, ¿cuál es la respuesta que podemos tener como respuesta para evitarlo? Para evitar tener que aumentar también las tasas, porque, digamos, la tendencia a la salida de capitales se acentuaría en un contexto en el cual, de todas maneras, los flujos de portafolio, los flujos de capitales se están reduciendo hacia nuestras economías, como lo demostró José Manuel en una de sus láminas. Entonces, ese tema es extremadamente complejo y además están las tasas de cambio. O sea, el fortalecimiento del dólar asociado al aumento de las tasas de interés de Estados Unidos, que, digamos, hace extremadamente complejo el manejo. Hoy, si ustedes miran las noticias nuevamente, están devaluando casi todas las monedas. La de Brasil en particular, de forma muy severa, Chile, después Colombia, en fin, todas las monedas latinoamericanas están nuevamente devaluando. Ese es un tema, el manejo de esos dos temas es extremadamente complejo, como es el del financiamiento privado, que es negativo en términos netos para América Latina, los mercados internacionales, y cómo son los problemas de deuda. Simplemente sobre ese tema, pues yo anotaría dos elementos. En primer lugar, la importancia crítica del papel de los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo como mecanismo de financiamiento hacia nuestras economías. Y eso incluye ahora que está en discusión el tema del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Como se lo dije claramente a la Secretaría del Tesoro de los Estados Unidos, nosotros esperamos que Estados Unidos, después del nombramiento del nuevo presidente del BID, capitalice el BID, ayude a capitalizar el BID, porque si no, ese instrumento, y que se olvide esa teoría tonta que hay en el mundo internacional de que los países de renta media no necesitamos los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo. Es decir, que incluso un país con buen acceso al mercado de capitales como Colombia ha tenido que utilizar intensivamente los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo este año, porque el financiamiento privado no está disponible. Entonces, es un papel muy importante. Y hay los temas de deuda, que también han sido planteados especialmente aquí por el profesor Stiglitz, que, digamos, plantean, digamos, nuevos interrogantes, y yo creo que en esa materia apoyo, pues, dos ideas que él presentó. Una primera, que es que haya una nueva emisión de derechos especiales de giro por parte del Fondo Monetario Internacional, como la que se hizo en el año 2020, para apoyar esta coyuntura tan compleja que estamos viviendo en el mundo entero. Y el segundo, que se establezca un mecanismo de renegociación de deudas institucionalmente. Este es un mecanismo heterogéneo, porque pues no todos los países, incluso en América Latina o en el Caribe, quieren refinanciar su deuda, pero sí un mecanismo que permita caso por caso ver que un país voluntariamente acceda a ese mecanismo y, digamos, y renegocie su deuda. Y además, a largo plazo, crear una nueva institución donde, digamos, que puede ser Naciones Unidas o incluso, como se intentó discutir en el Fondo Monetario Internacional a comienzos del siglo, siempre y cuando en el caso del Fondo Monetario, sea digamos, el órgano ejecutor sea totalmente independiente del director. Pero en ese contexto podría ser el fondo, o podría ser preferiblemente en las Naciones Unidas, una institución donde precisamente digamos, se trabaje en forma institucional esos temas de reestructuración de deuda. Dicho sea paso, un tema que se discutió mucho en las Naciones Unidas nuevamente con motivo de esta absurda decisión que hubo de un juez de Nueva York, digamos, digamos, de apoyar a los acreedores argentinos que no habían participado en las dos reestructuraciones. Eso fue un tema y se decidió, de hecho, una decisión de la Asamblea de Naciones Unidas sobre la materia. Debo decir que a nivel nacional, no voy a entrar mucho, pero digamos el tema del espacio fiscal, como lo decía Mariana, es un tema muy importante. Y bueno, y en esto pues los temas son extremadamente complejos, digamos, entre otras cosas porque las deudas de todos los países aumentaron durante la pandemia. de forma significativa, entonces el nivel de endeudamiento es mucho más alto hoy. Entonces, de ahí pues la necesidad de hacer reformas tributarias, tarea que me ha tocado emprender en Colombia, y agradezco mucho de nuevo el apoyo de aquí del profesor Stiglitz a la propuesta que hemos hecho en esa materia. El segundo tema es el desarrollo productivo. En realidad aquí ya ha habido muy buenas, amplias intervenciones. A mí me parece muy interesante este énfasis del documento en las revoluciones tecnológicas, el cambio climático, todo lo que se implica. Digamos, cuáles son las oportunidades que se dan en el contexto internacional hoy en día. Yo simplemente dejaría, digamos, constancia sobre dos temas. Que hay que ver qué hacemos con las actividades tradicionales. En todo caso, porque las actividades tradicionales son muy importantes para la pequeña y mediana producción. Entonces, en la terminología del gobierno de Colombia, cómo fortalecemos, incluso en ese contexto, lo que nosotros llamamos la economía popular. O sea, todo el apoyo a la pequeña empresa, a la muy pequeña empresa, ¿no? Y cómo se articula, digamos, incluso ahí en ese sentido, las asociaciones público-comunitarias o público-privadas comunitarias o privadas comunitarias que se pueden armar para utilizar pues un poco el esquema conceptual de Mariana. Y el segundo, que es un tema que yo creo que la CEPAL debe, digamos, fomentar, que es una discusión más a fondo sobre los mecanismos de financiamiento del desarrollo, que están claramente en el documento, pero que los mecanismos de financiamiento nacional, los bancos nacionales de desarrollo. Entonces, por lo demás, hay buenas experiencias. De hecho, yo con la profesora Stephanie Griffith-Young, que ahora está en el Banco Central de Chile, hemos trabajado bastante sobre esa materia y podríamos, digamos, ayudar a armar una discusión a fondo. Para el gobierno de Colombia, este es un tema esencial. Afortunadamente, los bancos de desarrollo sobrevivieron la liberalización financiera y tenemos un buen instrumento para, digamos, para avanzar en cómo lo utilizamos para lo que yo he dicho que son los tres grandes objetivos, que son inclusión crediticia, fomento de la innovación y economía verde, o los tres grandes objetivos de la Banca Nacional de Desarrollo Colombia. Pero quisiera terminar con unas reflexiones un poco más extensas sobre un tema que en realidad no está en el documento muy desarrollado, pero que vi en la presentación aquí del secretario ejecutivo que sí lo está, que es cómo fortalecemos la cooperación regional. Es un tema en el cual la CEPAL siempre ha sido central desde casi que desde su origen, digamos, qué sé yo, el mercado común centroamericano, que fue nuestra primera proceso de integración, no se hubiera creado sino precisamente por el apoyo que le dio la CEPAL, pero después digamos, la LALC, la Comunidad Andina, en fin, todos los procesos posteriores han estado muy asociados a la CEPAL. De hecho, uno de los primeros documentos más interesantes sobre eso durante ya el periodo de liberación económica fue el documento del 94 sobre, se llamaba la integración, ¿cómo es? Abierta, ¿no? El regionalismo abierto. El regionalismo abierto, que fue un documento muy interesante, que precisamente decir, bueno, muy bien hacer apertura económica, pero hagamos también procesos regionales. Eso era un tema interesante, en fin. Y ese es un tema en el cual, digamos, hay una agenda que a mi juicio es muy, muy amplia. Y quisiera en esa materia, digamos, pues, obviamente resaltar los temas de comercio, cadenas de valor, regulación que mencionó el secretario ejecutivo, pero voy a hacer una lista más larga. Primero, los instrumentos regionales de financiamiento. Y yo creo que uno de los grandes éxitos de la integración latinoamericana fue crear dos instituciones andinas, que ahora una de esas es ya un banco regional latinoamericano, la CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, ahora con su nombre completo, que de hecho está prestando anualmente más que el BID. O sea que es realmente un gran éxito y ya todos los países latinoamericanos son miembros. ¿Okay? Y ya están integrando algunos del Caribe y los países ibéricos también son miembros de la CAF. Ese es un éxito. Y el segundo es el Fondo Latinoamericano de Reservas, todavía más limitado, pero debo celebrar en esa materia la decisión de Chile de participar, con lo cual ya tiene 9 miembros. Hay un trabajo que se viene haciendo para, de hecho yo estuve en la reunión con el ministro de Hacienda de México en Washington, para que México se asocie ahí. Esperamos que Brasil, Argentina, otros países terminen asociándose al Fondo Latinoamericano de Reservas para hacer una especie de Fondo Monetario Latinoamericano de verdad. Hoy en día es parcialmente latinoamericano. Esa es como la parte de instrumentos financieros regionales, me parece que es muy interesante. Segundo, ciencia y tecnología. América Latina prácticamente no coopera en ciencia y tecnología. O sea, el modelo europeo, por ejemplo, el cual hay proyectos realmente regionales en materia de ciencia y tecnología, no existe en América Latina. Y yo creo que es una oportunidad muy interesante de hacer proyectos conjuntos. Y debo decir que, por ejemplo, en toda esta área médica es una oportunidad. O sea, el desarrollo de vacunas, de medicamentos genéricos, digamos, como cadenas de valor regionales, pues es una oportunidad interesante. Ya hay varios países que tienen capacidades para producir vacunas y las han venido produciendo. Digamos, Brasil, México, Colombia incluso es un productor interesante en algunos de estos productos. Digamos, pueden ser, digamos, incluso en el caso médico puede dar también lugar a mucho más cooperación en el terreno médico. Digamos, que la pandemia se habló mucho de eso, pero después hubo muy poca acción. Esa es, digamos, otra área. Y la última área que yo quiero mencionar es el área tributaria, el área de cooperación tributaria. Debo decir que en todos estos campos la CEPAL tiene una gran capacidad y además puede trabajar con otras instituciones de Naciones Unidas, digamos, para armar mecanismos de cooperación regional más activos. En el área tributaria tenemos yo creo que, digo yo, de hecho lo propuse ya en Washington en las reuniones del Banco Mundial del Fondo, de hacer un acuerdo cooperativo, un acuerdo de cooperación tributaria latinoamericana que vaya más allá del que existe hoy, que es el CIAT, ¿no? Para, digamos, armar un nuevo programa que precisamente trate los temas que son objeto de debate internacional. En la OCDE, en el marco inclusivo de la OCDE, que llevó esos acuerdos del año pasado, que son muy completos y sobre todo son muy insuficientes para los países en desarrollo, y por lo tanto requieren mucho más acción. Acción que puede ser multilateral, pero que también puede ser regional. O sea, cómo evitamos precisamente esta fuga de capitales o fuga digamos, de tributación que se da en el mundo contemporáneo en forma muy activa, digamos, cuáles son los mecanismos de cooperación para evitar que la tributación se vaya a paraísos fiscales o que las capitales se vayan a paraísos fiscales para no tributar, digamos, cuáles son los mecanismos que se pueden fortalecer. Y además, porque está de nuevo en la agenda de Naciones Unidas, de hecho, la semana pasada hubo un debate de este panel de alto nivel sobre flujos ilícitos de capital que tuvo lugar, que terminó sus actividades el año pasado. Yo, de hecho, fui miembro de ese panel y, digamos, las ideas básicas de allí, de ese panel, están sobre la agenda, que incluyen varios temas en relación con la tributación. Aparte, digamos, de controlar los flujos de contrabando, de recursos asociados a actividades ilícitas, incluyendo la corrupción, pero también en materia de tributación, dos ideas que han estado, que es un gran acuerdo marco sobre cooperación tributaria de las Naciones Unidas, uno, y por otra parte, la conversión del Comité de Cooperación Tributaria de las Naciones Unidas, que es un comité técnico, en un comité intergubernamental. O sea, creo que yo fui el primero que hizo la propuesta como subsecretario general de las Naciones Unidas del año 2005. Estábamos repensando a fondo ese comité de cooperación tributaria, que curiosamente era todavía un comité ad hoc. Yo pregunté, ¿ad hoc desde cuándo? Y me dijo, desde la Liga de las Naciones. O sea, llevaba 50 años siendo ad hoc. Entonces, ahí propusimos, fortalecimos el instrumento, y de hecho propusimos, en nombre pues del secretario general Kofi Annan, que se convirtiera en un comité intergubernamental de Naciones Unidas. para la cooperación tributaria. En fin, eso no fue aprobado. El fortalecimiento del comité técnico sí fue aprobado y la ampliación de sus funciones. Y ha sido un comité excelente en sus trabajos a lo largo del tiempo, incluso como una alternativa en estos últimos 2 años a la visión de la OCDE o complemento a la visión de la OCDE, ha jugado un papel muy importante. Pero más allá de eso, digamos, de esa propuesta, de hecho, fue llevada nuevamente a discusión de la Cumbre de Financiación para el Desarrollo en Addis Abeba en el 2015. También fue rechazado básicamente por la objeción de Estados Unidos y el Reino Unido. Y ahora está nuevamente en la agenda en esta proposición que está siendo discutida en la Comisión Segunda de la Asamblea General de la ONU y que esperamos que ahora haya un avance. Pero todo ese tema de cooperación tributaria, tanto a nivel global como a nivel internacional, sí que es particularmente importante en un mundo en que la evasión tributaria es un problema central de la agenda mundial. Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, José Antonio Campo, ministro de Hacienda de Colombia y exsecretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL. Antes de cerrar este panel, un aviso. La jornada de la tarde iniciará a las 15 horas. Y bueno, y ha sido evidente las contribuciones, los comentarios, los análisis que se han entregado, y creo que es de justicia escuchar qué ha escuchado el secretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL, ¿no? Cómo ha recibido estas contribuciones. Secretario.
Sí, muchísimas gracias a los panelistas. Realmente han sido una sesión excelente, súper sustantiva. Hemos tomado nota y nos alegra en primer lugar que nadie dijo que no le gustó el reporte, más bien todos les pareció muy bien. Estamos muy contentos, el equipo de la CEPAL, por eso ciertamente trabajamos mucho en el reporte y creo que el hecho de que hayan sido comentarios sustantivos de parte de ustedes, pues demuestra, ¿no?, que tenemos una conversación muy importante que se está teniendo y que hay que continuar y profundizar. Yo nada más así como para recordar algunas cosas de la intervención de Rebecca Greenspan, rescato esta resonancia de que hay crisis en cascada y que en el Global Crisis Response Group que ella coordina se está hablando, ¿no?, del tema, lo están llamando igual, muy importante. Me llamó la atención esto de que ella, como lo puso, de que las crisis en cascada son también desigualdades en cascada. Me parece que es una frase profunda, pero que además detrás de eso hay algo muy claro, ¿no? Luego ella también habló del tema de la globalización, desglobalización, que en este momento la geopolítica parece está en el asiento del conductor, que es una forma de poner, ¿no?, el diagnóstico que hicimos, pero agregó que los países del sur global están abandonados y enfatizó todo este tema de la arquitectura financiera, que varios de ustedes, ¿no?, también mencionaron, ¿no? También dijo que no estamos en el fin de la globalización, sino en una reconfiguración, pero que en un mundo con una globalización en reconfiguración, lo peor es quedarse quieto. Y creo que eso también hace eco mucho del mismo mensaje que estuvimos dando acá, de cómo hay que entender esa globalización para ver, a mitigar impactos negativos y aprovechar oportunidades. Bueno, hubo mucho más del profesor Stiglitz. Enfatizó que le gustó el enfoque de políticas industriales, de desarrollo productivo en el reporte. Nos habló también con su visión sobre los cambios en la estructura, en la globalización y todo este nacimiento del sector servicios, el dinamismo de la economía basada en conocimientos. Bueno, y viniendo del profesor Stiglitz, que ha escrito varios libros y muchísimos artículos sobre el tema de la globalización, creo que esto es muy importante. Me llamó la atención y tomé nota, profesor, y me parece muy importante todo el énfasis que usted hace en que parte del rediseño de la arquitectura internacional es el tema de la propiedad intelectual. ¿No? Y que ahí hay bastante que, digamos, renegociar y que examinar. Por supuesto, usted nos dijo que para financiar el tipo de agenda que habíamos planteado, con esas 10 áreas más todo lo demás, hay que tener músculo fiscal, ¿no? Hay que tener recursos financieros, por supuesto, y por eso es que decíamos que todo esto converge en el tema también fiscal y macroeconómico. En política monetaria, bueno, esa conversación que varios de ustedes, José Antonio también habló sobre el tema de las tasas de interés, el riesgo del overkill, etcétera. Así que muchísimas gracias. Mariana Mazzucato nos dijo pues, muchas cosas de su enfoque, ¿no? Yo creo que Mariana está teniendo una influencia enorme en el mundo y en América Latina y queremos potenciarla, de hecho, porque me parece que es, y es claro, ustedes lo escucharon, es un cambio en la conversación, es una conversación fresca, en otros términos, redefine la conversación que hemos venido teniendo. Y yo creo que es una conversación no solo que es importantísima en términos de las brechas, sino que es una conversación con gran potencial de crear consensos. Y en esta América Latina tan polarizada que tenemos, eso no es poca cosa. Así que yo creo que en términos de una conversación que de pronto actores políticos, en vez de terminar peleados, terminen con un consenso amplio, me parece que es importantísimo. Me llamó la atención, o sea, muy interesante esta idea de que se necesitan trayectorias para atacar los desafíos, que los challenges, los desafíos y los retos, que son la misma cosa en español, yo creo, habría que leer el diccionario de la Real Academia para ver si hace alguna distinción, pero digamos que en estos desafíos hay que tener clara la trayectoria de inversión y de innovación. Me parece que es bien potente eso, ¿verdad? Es decir, que para ser transformacional hay que tener inversión, hay que innovar. Creo que eso me gustó muchísimo. Y bueno, José Antonio, rescataste muchas cosas, ¿no? El tema del financiamiento privado, el de los bancos regionales de desarrollo, creo que es un tema importantísimo que me gustaría, por supuesto, conversar más. Sabemos que has estado escribiendo analizando esos temas, ¿no? También con Stephanie, creo, con Stephanie Griffith Jones, el tema de que hay que capitalizarlos, es decir, ahí hay una fuente adicional, ¿no? De financiamiento importantísima. Todo el tema, bueno, en realidad enfatizaste mucho la discusión de los fondos y los mecanismos de financiamiento para el desarrollo en general, de lo cual esto de los bancos es una dimensión. El tema de establecer nuevos mecanismos para la reestructuración de la deuda, que es también fundamental. Y bueno, creo que los tres temas, agregándole a la lista de la integración, son importantísimos, ¿no? El tema bueno, los bancos regionales, pero también del FLAR. Yo creo que ese Fondo Latinoamericano de Reservas ya está haciendo diferencias para varios países, ha dado unos financiamientos que en esta crisis han sido importantes. El tema de agregar todo lo de ciencia y tecnología, vacunas y salud, y ni se diga lo de la cooperación tributaria. Así que tomamos nota para seguir los buenos consejos. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Como decía, a las 15 horas seguimos en el cuarto piso y ahora invitamos a quienes quieran acompañar porque también hoy día es el 77 aniversario de las Naciones Unidas, a la inauguración de la muestra de la Argentina y las Naciones Unidas, una alianza por la paz, derechos humanos y desarrollo, aquí mismo en la Plaza Seca, un piso arriba, planta baja.
Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hola, hola, hola. Hola. Ok.
Muy buenas tardes, señora Rebeca. ¿Podríamos hacer una última prueba por si acaso? Ya veo que están arreglando un poco el video.
Buenas, estamos haciendo una prueba.
Vale, perfecto, lo vemos bien.
Ok. Pero yo no soy la presidenta. Estamos haciendo una prueba antes de que ella venga aquí.
Sí, no hay problema.
Ok,
Perfecto.
ok, gracias, gracias.
De nada. 1, 2, prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Probando audio.
Ahí para Zoom, ¿te hablo de acá o querés hablar de allá? Dale.
Sí, sí. Bueno, Rafael, ¿me escuchas? Rafael, ¿me escuchas? Rafael, estamos probando aquí de la sala. Atento, Rafael. Rafael, 1, 2, 3, probando.
Ahora sí.
Perfecto. Ok, Rafael, perfecto.
Se escucha un poco bajo, sí, si le pueden dar más ganancia, sería perfecto.
Yo estoy lejos del micrófono, debe ser eso.
Ah, vale, excelente.
Ok, gracias, Rafael.
Ahí puedo.
Buenas, estamos haciendo una prueba desde Honduras. ¿Nos escucha?
Perfecto, la escuchamos en la conexión de Honduras, los vemos y lo escuchamos muy bien.
Yo lo voy a escuchar hasta que esté.
Muchas gracias.
¿Hola? Sí, sí, lo prendo.
Hola, buenas.
Buenas tardes. Estamos probando el audio.
Sí, buenas tardes, los escuchamos.
Ok, muchas gracias.
A ustedes. Por favor, pueden permanecer muteados. Gracias.
Cecilia.
Cuando vos digas. ¿Sí? Bien. Buenas tardes. Hola. Hola, hola. Buenas tardes a todos, a todas. Bienvenidos a la sesión de la tarde, al seminario de alto nivel. A continuación vamos a dar inicio al primer panel, que lleva por título Cambios en la globalización y retos para la región. Y quisiera presentarles al doctor Gabriel Rubinstein, que es nuestro secretario de Política Económica del Ministerio de Economía de la Argentina, quien va a estar a cargo de moderar el panel número 1. Doctor Rubinstein, el piso es suyo.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Cecilia. Muchas gracias a todos por venir. Es un placer moderar este panel. Haré una pequeña analogía quizás con lo que pasa en Argentina y el mundo, por lo menos como veo algunas cosas que tienen que ver con la idea de, por ejemplo, en Argentina estamos abocados a recuperar equilibrios macroeconómicos que hemos perdido. Hace poco menos de 20 años era un país con bajísima inflación, con alto nivel de reservas, 40.000 millones de dólares que se fueron evaporando en el tiempo, con en superávit fiscal primario, 3 puntos del PBI, 2 puntos de cuenta corriente, no había control de precios, no había control de
2% relative to the current account, no price controls, a single exchange system, and all of that got lost along the way. And now we're thinking one day we'll go back to those macroeconomic balances. And in the interim, however, complicated measures are taken, like restrictions on exports and others, which make everyday life complicated for our country. But our ultimate goal is to restore macroeconomic order. I think in terms of the global situation, I think we can all agree there have been great benefits brought about by globalization, while at the same time it's brought about challenges, and successive conflicts and crises have entailed challenges. The pandemic, the war in Europe now between Russia after its invasion of Ukraine, and the trade war with China, all of which has brought about difficulties. And the war has even brought challenges to Argentina of $5 billion, including better import prices and worsening prices for fertilizers and others. So we've suffered from the war. We were damaged by it, and it's contributed to increase the inflation rate too, which is extremely high in our case because of domestic issues, and it's overpowering. The issue is these great challenges posed by the recent crises, which force us to reorganize and take steps to defend ourselves, to have as little of an effect from these complicated global affairs, to affect as little as possible our most vulnerable populations. So it is our duty to see what we can do about that and about countries' cooperation, which is extremely important. But without losing sight of the ultimate horizon, which implies, in my opinion, our being able to contribute to an increasingly successful globalization for all. That is, not to waive that because it involves supply chains, so that supply is reliable. All of this segmentation and fragmentation we see, which makes sense because we need to defend our own, should not make us lose sight of the overall objective of having globalization survive, and to survive strongly, and for every country to contribute to intensive globalization while striving to have fair globalization for all countries. And that implies seeing to using every effort so that the war comes to an end, that conflicts do not create disruptions around the world. Having said this, which was a mere introduction, I will be addressing a number of topics on the topic of this panel, and I would like to turn the floor to Luis Felipe López Calva, Global Director of the Poverty and Equity Global Practice at the World Bank, to address us. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Madam Chair, Secretary Rubinstein. My thanks to the Executive Secretary of CEPAL, José Manuel Salazar, for this invitation. It's an honor to be part of this distinguished panel, and greetings to all delegations as well. I've met many of you in my previous position. It's a pleasure to greet you again today. I'd like to make a presentation, and I'll be strict about my timekeeping. My presentation has three parts. Firstly, a general overview of the situation of poverty and inequality we just presented in a report 2 weeks ago called the Shared Poverty and Prosperity Report at the global level, and then reflect on the situation in Latin America and the Caribbean, considering that much has been presented this morning already. Perhaps we can now put up my presentation. I think it's very useful, and many or a very detailed presentation was made with a diagnosis of Latin America and the Caribbean, and I find it very relevant to also present an outlook of the global situation. I will stand up now so that I can present.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you. So the core message of the report I'll be presenting, and I think this is not working. Okay, so there are three main messages, but I would emphasize one, which is the Shared Poverty and Prosperity Global Report shows that goal number one, poverty reduction to 3% globally by 2030, is beyond our reach to solve, given the global trends currently. That is to say, we've termed it a wake-up call to those dealing with economic policy, in the sense that unless we react quickly, objective or SDG number one won't be fulfilled. Secondly, we've seen the greatest increase in poverty and inequality since this is measured, that is since 1990, and we would dare say it's the greatest increase in poverty and inequality since the late end of World War II. And finally, I'll comment on how global policies can help. So to the right, you see changes in global poverty, and you see the disproportionate increase in 2020. And this chart shows the trends based on historical data for different poverty lines, which, as you know, have been updated with a new purchasing power parity indicators. Extreme poverty line is $2.15 per person per day. The line for middle and low income countries, 3.65%, and the line for high middle income countries is 1.85. For any of these, there's been a remarkable increase during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this trend shows we will not fulfill sustainable development goal on poverty by 2030 unless we decelerate social inequality. One more piece of data I would like you to take back with you is that the poverty line for high middle income countries, which is the $6.85 per person line, which is quite a limited standard, perhaps $200 per person per month, means 47% of the global population is below that figure. That is to say, almost half of the world's population would be poor if we took the poverty line in mid and high income countries. In the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, we'd be at 30% of the population below that line. Obviously, if we consider the global composition, Latin America is not the greatest contributor to this global situation, because obviously we have the cases of India and China, but most importantly, in terms of trends, very soon when we speak about extreme poverty, the entire focus will be mainly on sub-Saharan Africa, which now contributes over half of the world's poor. This is the increase in inequality, and bars show changes in inequality, and we have the highest global increase in inequality that's been recorded ever in 2020, which is the bar that appears at the far end of that horizontal line. And it's a call, as I said, to very proactive action and very decisive action by governments. These would be the most important pieces of data from the monetary measurement. But if we look at the non-monetary measurement, especially in human capital, education, and health, the shock from the pandemic, we truly hope, not because we want to, but because unless there's decisive action, this could happen, will have a very serious effect on inequality in upcoming years and also on poverty and productivity. So it calls for very accelerated action. And finally, this final chart on the global situation shows the projection to 2030. If we continue the current trend, we would be reaching to 7% in the world population in extreme poverty by 2030, which is more than double the international commitment. So the core message is decisive action is required. Secondly, during COVID, there was a very significant fiscal reaction. All countries reacted with fiscal instruments proactively, mainly by means of transfers. What's striking among the results we showed in the report is that high-income countries almost managed to contain the entire effect from the pandemic without increasing poverty. They managed to contain the effects from the pandemic. High income countries only contained half of the effect from the pandemic, and low income countries some 25% of the effect. What does this mean? That the very similar fiscal policy every country used in response has heterogeneous effects. Why? Because they are at very different structural conditions in countries where there's smaller states, fewer resources, much less informality. It's much more difficult for the fiscal response to have the desired effect. So what we're saying here is fiscal policy has a very important effect, but it calls for significant investments in capacity to reach every home, every household, registries, and obviously reforms that will enable poverty reduction in the informal labor market, etc. So that those structural conditions determine the effectiveness of the fiscal response. So fiscal policy is important in an emergency, but it is not enough. In the case of Latin America, as a final comment, and very much like what was said this morning, this is a chart showing the effect from growth in Latin America in the first part of the century, 2008 to 2014, even after the financial crisis, and then from 2015 to 2020. What I would like to show you here is the change in the effects from the growth. Growth in our region had been very progressive and it became regressive. Before the pandemic, it was already notably regressive. And in addition, with very large concentration, and I'm not presenting the Gini coefficient here, because actually, as you know, it is not too sensitive to what happens in the extremes on both ends of the distribution. So what I'm presenting here is the ratio between income going to the highest 10% of the population versus the income that goes to the lowest 40% of the distribution. And in some cases, you can see that the ratio is over 4 times the highest 10% relative to the lowest 40%. So this is indicative of the very large concentration of wealth. Let me close with a topic that was mentioned in the morning, or rather this author, Albert Hirschman. And following Hirschman, we could say that development is a very unequal process, creating demands for redistribution of power and resources, and that when the social compact does not respond to these demands very constructively, what we have is the exiting from the social compact. Here, I am showing 5 so-called holes in the Latin American social compact. So these are instances where population groups decide to break the social compact in search of other options. One is the use or the threat of violence as a mechanism to sustain compacts. Secondly, migration. Third, informality. Fourth, the representation crisis. And 5, starting to demand private services and opting out of public services of health, education, etc. Latin America, 8% of the global population, and it contributed 37% of global homicides last year. It's an excessively violent region. Secondly, the growth of migration in our region has been unprecedented in the last 15 years. One more proof of the exiting, because not all, but a large share of those persons migrate looking for better development opportunities. And finally, by design, our social protection systems exclude a significant share of the population, which leads to the creation of non-contributory programs and creating a vicious circle of informality, non-contributive programs, and what we already know from our region, and low productivity. This was presented in the regional UNDP report from 2 years ago, where chapters 3 and 5 focus directly on explaining structural heterogeneities in very concrete terms. Heterogeneity between sectors or among sectors, and 5 is informality and social protection as creators of inequality, which are also proof of structural heterogeneity. Because I've been at the UNDP until a month ago, it's still valid for me to use the reports from my previous employer. So next is a very interesting one, because only one of these services we usually don't think about when we think about the privatization of public services. In a country like Honduras, there are more than 4 times more private guards than police officers, official police officers. It's not exclusive to Honduras. It happens with variations in every country in Latin America. This is only one indicator. It also happens in health and education and many others, where the middle class opts out of the social compact, has fewer incentives to contribute to public goods, and demands private goods from the private sector. On the chart to the right, and the one ending in the lowest point, in 2000, the average age of political parties in power in Latin America was 40 years. 40 years into power from the political party or into the system. By 2000, it was 16 years. That is, traditional political groupings lost their capacity to access power, and very new political groups are gaining increasing power with all the implications this has on the programs. And finally, a clear turning point during COVID in terms of the social compact. Why am I mentioning this? Because if we speak about a new social compact, we need to begin by fixing the holes in the current system. And the we need to find out where the legitimacy deficits are. The trust we mentioned this morning, it's as if we were taking the temperature of a patient. We have low legitimacy rates. And I will end with this chart from the World Efficiency Report, where we have the arena of public policies, the policy outcomes, and how the growth pattern, the effect of growth, for instance, if it creates more inequality, it redistributes de facto power on this arena of politics. So we need to break the cycles of accumulation of de facto power to lead to lower inequality and higher productivity, because these also change the rules. And power asymmetries are evident in those arenas of public policies. This morning, Professor Matsukato mentioned the fact that capacity is not a given. It's a result of investment decisions. In this report, precisely one of the messages was think not only about capacity, but also about power. Capacity is a capital that is hinged on previous decisions, and it's one proof over time of power asymmetries. In our governance decisions for a better social compact, we need to think about which spheres are solved with new policies, which spheres call for new rules, and which are the stakeholder coalitions, as mentioned this morning, both in the excellent report from ECLAC and the excellent presentation by Professor Matsukato. Which are the new coalitions that can enable the new policies and the new rules? I'm sorry I took a little bit longer, but this was my contribution to these days' discussion.
Thank you very much. We're going to give the floor to Rebecca Santos, the President of the Central Bank of Honduras, who will be joining us virtually. I would like to give you a fraternal welcome. This meeting is being held at a time of great challenges and uncertainties on a global scale. Like many of you, we took part in the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank. For the fourth time this year, the forecast for growth have been revised downwards. In 2023, taking into account recession that is being forecast for large parts of the world, and other parts of the world, including ours, we are predicting a greater deceleration of growth. This means that monetary policy will be tightened and macroeconomic fiscal policies will also be adjusted. There will be a loss of purchasing power, and this will result in less well-being for our populations. This meeting could not be more timely. We need to discuss over the next few days these crucial issues on the agenda, taking as our reference point the position paper put together by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Salazar-Xirinachs. The document includes the central topics in terms of the challenges faced by Latin America and the Caribbean. It suggests a globalized, weakened model of development that needs to be reshaped. This previous model has resulted in a cascade of crises, including inflation, climate change, energy crises, and social crises. And to this we have to add the results of the pandemic, which has left some countries in a very fragile situation in terms of their health systems. Many parts of the world, not just our region, have been affected by this. The document highlights the high rate of external conditions that affect our environment, the environmental conditions in our countries. which we are living in a very interdependent context. For some decades, we have been living in a globalized world with ups and downs. The crises that we face are increasingly common. And to this we add structural problems faced by our regions. While growth is slowing down, the fragility conditions of our country are increasing. In our region, we are suffering from the effects of climate change that accentuates our environmental fragility, generating incalculable losses in our productive and economic and social infrastructure. At the same time, it increases our risk and social vulnerability for vast majorities of the population. The international context is more fragmented, it's more fragile, and it's more conducive to shocks, which could lead to one crisis after another. Obviously, in this globalized context, we are less protected and subject to more risks. Honduras, one of the smallest economies of the region, faces not only the effects of external shocks and the crises laid out in this report, but also a structural problem of high social and environmental and food vulnerability. Globalization has affected us asymmetrically, deepening the effects of poverty that affects a huge percentage of our population, greater environmental fragility, deterioration of natural resources, the loss of economic and productive infrastructures, food insecurity, and the loss of human capital. Inflation has affected us in a magnitude that we never imagined. It has affected salaries and has affected the minimum basket of our population. This was pointed out by Rebecca Griespan. The highest percentage of this inflation does not come from abroad. That's to say, we don't have any type of control over it. Our government, under the leadership of Mr. Castro, has undertaken various measures. First of all, we are aiming to improve the social protection measure in the most vulnerable population. There's also others that are affecting the productive development apparatus. We need to prioritize productive factors that are going to guarantee food security and a set of monetary and fiscal measures to contain growing inflationary pressures without sacrificing priorities that cannot be postponed in terms of public and private investment. In line with what this document proposes, globalization for countries like Honduras and many countries of the Latin American and Caribbean region require a rethinking more in line with our realities. We need to take our citizens as the central actors in this. We need a stable economy. That is important, but it should not be guided or be prioritized over social well-being. So the decisions taken by Honduras recognize the huge fragilities that we face in our countries. The old paradigms need to be restructured. So how can we put this into action? We have to take stock, first of all. While we build resilient cities, considering at least three dimensions: the economic dimension, the social dimension, and the environmental dimension. This is an agenda that cannot be postponed. So the proposals of this document in terms of driving factors for productive and infrastructure growth, such as investment and growth in employment, should be part of this regional agenda in the medium term that will allow us to move forward in this reconfiguration. And so we want it to be more human and more inclusive, as well as taking into account economic and social factors. As a final comment, I would like to call all countries, I would like to recognize that not all countries are in the same position. And we have suffered from crisis in different dimensions. To summarize, we have losers and winners here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rebecca Santos from the Central Bank of Honduras. I'm going to give the floor now to Juan Carlos Moreno Brid, professor in the School of Economics from the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Thank you very much to everyone who's here. I would like to greet the Executive Secretary, wishing him great success in his mission for this wonderful organization. I'm sure that he is going to continue providing excellent insights for Latin America and the Caribbean. The gods are allowing us to live through interesting times. And an atheist says, with humor, that they're giving us very interesting times, but so for our new executive secretary, it would be very difficult to imagine him having more interesting times to live through with all the crises that have been afflicting us. So during these interesting times with challenges and opportunities, what new challenges are we facing in this mix of shocks and globalization, deglobalization, etc.? So here and abroad, Raul Prebisch says in a book that he wrote, we are not facing new problems, but rather old problems that have become more severe. I would like to say the same. We're not facing new problems, but old problems that become more severe. As Luis Felipe was saying, and the figures that he presented are awful. The challenges of development are to insert ourselves into a robust and inclusive and sustainable development. That is the goal, and it will remain the goal. Now, we've been facing these challenges for a long time. They've been postponed and postponed, but they're becoming more and more urgent at the current context. So what happens with globalization? Well, we said that globalization has died. And so whether the news of this is being the trade in goods, as the executive secretary said, has accelerated, but that is another story. There are more and more regulatory barriers that are being put up and that are protectionist. Trade is still present in energy trade. So tourism, after 2 years of lockdown, has started again, and I'm still shocked by what I heard in a previous presentation. So in terms of taking decisions for globalization, this is no longer an international geographical matrix. But we have to think about local considerations and political affinities in a context of resilience. So the reconsideration of the local aspect for the public and private sector means we have to pay more attention to citizen perceptions and perceptions of workers in this investment on human capital and the well-being of people in these localities. Nothing new here. China is forging a path of double circulation. there's a transformation to reduce instances of centers of production and deconsumption to lower the risks of supply chains. China is a very large continent. I'm sure that the Chinese know what it means to reduce distances. In terms of distribution processes, there is the necessity for companies to combine efforts. As Wilson said, restoring freedom means restoring a decentralized economy rooted in local communities who are committed to strengthening citizenship so that do not see themselves as victims of economic circumstances outside of their control. This is the crisis of globalization. Many citizens, in particular those from the old industrial sector, feel very far away from this organization. This also leads us to talk about the external issues. This is something we've spoken about a lot at ECLAC, but sometimes we forget that this perspective of external restriction isn't only talking about trade. When we talk about external restrictions, the original definition is that it's those countries that cannot grow by the minimum necessary rate to absorb and grow in employment for decent work. And so they are going to put at risk the balance of payments or the GDP. It's not that you can't grow by 8%. You have to ask, how much do you need to grow to absorb your workforce? So in this sense, the economy could be restricted to 2% or to 8%. It depends on that. So if we want to reduce poverty, employment is the best strategy. And Project Syndicate, in their recent argument, I'm not sure whether he talked to the executive secretary or if it was the other way around, but they said that it's also important to have trade and services and the central objective of promoting decent jobs. So it's not the volume of employment, but it's the quality of employment. So I don't know if it's true that globalization has died, but there is a crisis in governance at a multinational level. The Security Council, I'd have to check this on Wikipedia to see exactly what they mean to say. And they say that they had to stop the hostilities in the Ukraine, for example. Where is the functionality of the Bretton Woods system or the legacy of the Bretton Woods system when they say that there's an international agreement to stop the regulation of the dollar? There's no way to do it. Or how can we stop the rating agencies with all of the problems that entails in order to come up with macro stabilization? The majority of central banks who focus on international credits, but their dynamic of governance have very strong national determinants. They don't worry about this, but they should. About what are the externalities, the negative externalities? I wish they would do something about this. Jose Antonio talked about this. The good and bad thing about speaking after a lot of my colleagues is that I end up repeating a lot of what they've already said. Thank God I don't have a PowerPoint, because otherwise I would have had to have spoken first. But so what's this pattern of the renegotiation of sovereign debt? Why is there no collective bargaining in terms of environmental matters? How much have they increased? Luis Felipe Calva said something about this, and this is going to change in 3 weeks. Then we've got the energy transition. But this governance of globalization is a disaster. There was a meeting in Washington with the World Bank, with the usual suspects recently. And at least my impression of this meeting is it was good that they could meet, but the concerted effort, similar to that of 2008 or 2009, and I insist on the pursuit on the collaborative distribution of the vaccine. So given the situation, emerging economies are obliged to find exits individually or regionally. ECLAC, in its interesting document, offers us a medium-term map. So I would like to concentrate more on the urgent problematic, which the executive secretary touched on. I'm not going to give you solutions because they're not unique. Every economy is difficult and there's no magic bullet. But in the short and long term, the responses are different, but both begin on the same day, today. The ECLAC was going to think about this, but I'm sure that they will look into this in more detail. They said there's no macro paradigm in the developed world, in particular for the United States.
So the acute hike determined but has led the country to abandon the fiscal easing, which has prevailed for 1 decade or more. And what's being done now is the contrary. We now have a super strict monetary policy, and the economist says, and the dilemma that they have an excessive fiscal or monetary policy, the complaint from rich countries. I would love to have that dilemma. And we are reminded that the solution to the crisis Paul Walker was the cause of was that once the monetary and the fiscal moved in tandem and with a huge rescheduling of the debt. And as a footnote, my country, Mexico, later gave the greatest prize to Paul Walker for his services, whatever that may mean. The case is, without going into the implications of this in Latin America, there is no leeway for action. On the one hand, the vast majority of the region has had, as we examined in the morning, especially after COVID, scarce fiscal space to enforce an easing policy. The high GDP, the fall of the GDP, depreciation, debt has risen, all of which has restricted the possibilities to ease expenditure and indebtedness. And on the other hand, the opening up of financial markets and aversion to FX and capital flight, central banks in the region are raising interest rates almost pari passu with the movements of lawfare. Of course, it's to be expected that they will keep the stability of their commitments. There's an article on goalies that stop penalties or not. It's not the economists. They say that if a goalie doesn't move, he can't stop penalties. If they don't move, you will complain about them. So the central bank is playing the goalie. We're going to do something, although we are expecting the goal to come in. Having said all this, and in addition, what can he do as interest rates are raised, the debt service goes up and private activity falls, and the pressures point to the direction of the treasury and the private sector. This is exacerbated to energy because of subsidies. The combination is very ungrateful, and the trade-offs opened up by these dilemmas in policy are complicated. How much can the central bank limit the nominal interest rate in following the United States without being aggressive on the balance of payment or creating reserve losses? What level of reserves is optimum? Very interesting questions for central banks without a single solution. How to solve this? Obviously, it's up to every country, and you needn't be an emerging country because that's an island Scotland is very close to, which has just gone through a serious drama. So additional measures. So if we have this dilemma, Latin America should think of what ECLAC and the IMF have recommended: the enforcement of instruments to regulate the capital markets, not only in emergencies, but as part of the regular toolbox. Incentives and risks of FX should be exposed, as Amstel said, on the financial crisis in Asia. Liberalization of financial markets and the capital accounts has not brought more growth, but more fragility. The great challenge is, as with toothpaste, once it's out, how do you put it back in? If markets have been liberalized, how can you redress that? There are specific papers on this, Stiglitz, etc. This brings me to another point which is being analyzed in the literature of developed banking. A crucial point in discussion is Should the central bank in the future, near future, raise the target inflation rate? The target inflation rate in their monetary policy? As I always say, happiness is the gap between expectations and realities. If your rate is at 3%, you're at 8%, but you raise the rate by 5%, you are closer to your target. What is more costly, continue to try and bring it down to 3%, or to say in new times inflation will be a little stronger, or will it be price levels only? Having said that, who should make that decision? Central banks independently or in coordination with the Treasury? These are extraordinary times whose implications have an impact not only on the monetary but on the fiscal too. And in some countries, the history of central banks shows that setting the target rate was done in consultation with the legislative. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying coordination of the fiscal and monetary policy should be reviewed or revised. As Paul Volcker points out, the central banker in his excellent book on elected powers, historically, central banks have unelected powers. They have claimed to have these powers. This has been written by this great central banker, and he says they were set and it was achieved partly by the technical expertise and autonomy of central banks, but in part by the withdrawal of Congress from discussions, the lack of technical staff or the political will to go into all this. And the result is that thanks to this autonomy in its broadest sense, there's more efficiency of monetary policy leadership without contaminating the economy policies. But in turn, we achieved an alienation of citizenship of the legislation. Why don't we get to 5%? Why is it 3 or 4? No idea. We should think why, if it's wise to keep these exercises or to accompany them with greater communication. I'm saying there should be more presence of this from the citizens, and in the fiscal front also. This gives rise to thinking about a fiscal council that reports to the legislative. In current conditions or in general, it's very easy to raise taxes. Ultimately, I'm not sure how much evasion, avoidance, but what's very difficult is to raise the tax burden of the private sector and in turn, at the same time, ask them to invest more. There should be a new covenant, social covenant or compact for a new country or region. Because of all of the above, we should rethink about these strange times, called for new measures. As the president of Costa Rica said recently, unless it's solved soon and well, we run the risk of losing democracy as we know it. I recommend an article about the social economics of populism without going into what we mean by left-wing, right-wing populism. It identifies recurrent crises, exchange collapses, and rejection of common inequalities with the arrival to power of populists. And equally concerning, it identifies not so much the consequences as to whether the macro works, but the attempt to undermine, even with constitutional changes, or to remove institutions with autonomy to impose checks and balances to the action of the executive, which ranges from the legislative to the judiciary, civil society organizations, autonomous entities, the media. As Matsukato pointed out in another paper recently, she said, resentment or tiredness of population, the least favored majority with corruption and impunity with their destinies, erodes key institutions and gives rise to populism and authoritarianism in any country in the region, regardless of the political power in office. And with this paragraph, I will conclude what to do vis-a-vis the combination of social tsunamis and severe setbacks in the practice of democracy. It becomes unquestionably important to think about the short-term agenda in addition to the long-term agenda. The very long marathon start with the first step. And let me say it starts as two streams. Identifying techniques, we should decide to select instruments and coordinating and timely actions, meaning the the central bank, the Ministry of Economy, but heterodox compacts were not only sovereignty, but the world of politics with business persons, labor representatives, etc. And the second leg is policy, the commitment to make responses in terms of instruments and strategies be subject to transparency and accountability criteria with clear metrics and to be easily followed by the population. Only then will you have effective social trust or support, and designed by technical bodies, or the designs of technical bodies will not be seen as alien. The macro is doing very well, yeah, but I don't take the macro, I take the micro, the bus. So a lack of understanding. This calls for the inclusion of society in the selection of targets and implementation of strategies and development agendas. Without that type of political commitment backed by technicians, we will be doomed to another very similar meeting to this next year. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Carlos. We will now turn the floor to Mr. Werner Isaac Vargas, Secretary General of the Central American Integration System, SICA. Thanks very much, Mr. Moderator. I would like to greet my fellow panelists this afternoon, and also those who are participating remotely. And greetings to Secretary Salazar in this significant task. We remain available to help you in any way we can. I would like to also greet the authorities of member countries who are present today, international organizations, representatives from social organizations, the private sector, and the public at large, present virtually. In the morning, we pointed out important elements. I will try to summarize now how globalization was transformed into something we didn't know and posing new challenges. In this process, the Central American Integration System, the Central American region, starting in the 80s, designed a new model that sought to overcome the space built in the 50s through the Organization of American States and determined the system of Central American integration as a platform for economic, social, cultural, and political integration. SICA includes economic integration as one of the goals to build a region of peace, democracy, and development, which are our aims. Globalization has impacted significantly our economic integration model. We had to align our economic integration model to the demands determined in the integration process, mainly the signing of free trade agreements promoted and established during that time. Despite this, our regional integration process continued to progress, and currently, faced with these new models and realities, determined within globalization, we see the new challenges faced by the Central American integration. With the pandemic, as was mentioned earlier by both President Fernandez and Secretary Salazar and other speakers in the morning, some saw from the tower to the ditch that their reality was segregated from the rest of the region, including people and countries. The pandemic showed the highest inequalities, access to food, vaccine, technology, not only internally or domestically, but also internationally. The rules of the game changed both in the economic and political spheres, and we saw a new globalization filled with uncertainties. The effects from the pandemic and warfare results, in particular in the east of Europe, affect our economies in the Caribbean and in the Americas at large. Central America is an isthmus which serves as a transit location, which represents a challenge. In addition to the current globalization challenges, it affects us. Regionalism of our integration, which places our region as one of the soundest systems in the world, has been able, however, to offer alternatives to the current challenges. On March 12th, 2020, The presidents from the Central American region decided to build by means of a declaration and oriented the regional contingency plan, orienting national efforts for prevention, containment, and treatment of COVID-19 and other quickly communicating diseases. They determined guidelines for the institutionality of the system to make available for member countries of the Central American integration system the strengths and capacities in the Central American system. I will mention next. On the trade field, we adopted after the process of the pandemic a biosecurity protocol to transport in goods interregionally, an intersectoral agreement between health, trade, and transport. We increased our total experts in member countries of SICA, accounting for $54.2 billion, of which $12.36 billion were destined for the intra-regional market. That is, regionally, we account for 22.8% of the total trade exports. In the productive field, we have progressed in tourism and cocoa exports regionally, enabling work among member countries in our system, but also with regional institutionality on a value chain that enables for good practices and lessons learned transferred to other industries. We adopted a Central American bylaws of competitiveness. We have implemented a regional platform for the registration and mutual recognition of food and beverage, and a digital regional trade platform integrating or uniting single windows for health and customs proceedings. In terms of health, we progressed in a joint negotiation mechanism for the purchase or procurement of medicines. After the pandemic, we have started to purchase medication for our SICA system, which has resulted in savings of $110 million in joint procurement of medicine for chronic non-communicable diseases. Likewise, we have jointly negotiated rapid response teams with the purpose of increasing coordination and emergency response actions to respond to current and emerging threats to public health. In the field of health, we developed regional collaboration plans in the framework of the Ministries of Health Council. We also spoke about the importance of promoting renewable energies, and Central America has high capability for developing renewables, and it leverages them by including 74% of renewables in its electricity or energy mix for the regional market, a market which has 18,000 kilometers worth of interconnection, representing net increases of $130 million. Because of our geography and nature, we are one of the regions that further integrate geothermal energy in its energy mix. Close to 11% of the energy mix is provided for by geothermal energy. As a sustainable Central American initiative, betting on electrical vehicles, an agreement adopted by the Council of Ministers of Energy that allows us to progress jointly in implementing this type of technology and energies in a shared fashion. In terms of food security, we are clear about the threats we face in the current globalized environment as a result of the phenomena I mentioned earlier, and we're currently working intersectorially with the Central American Council of the Environment and Development and the Council of Ministers of Health to use this tool we set forth in health, but to use it to procure agricultural inputs. And we are assessing the possibility of procuring as a region agricultural inputs that will allow for price reductions, specifically fertilizers and other products that will have an impact in terms of benefiting consumers. we are accompanied by the FAO in this regional effort and UNDP, specifically in one of the most affected areas, the dry Central American corridor, which as a result of the consequence of climate change, accounts for high levels of food insecurity. We have decided at the meeting of presidents and in the institution to strengthen food security programs regionally with the purpose of promoting and strengthening good practices and lessons learned in a given country for their use and introduction in the rest of the Central American system countries with solidarity and commitment to the rest of the countries. In terms of climate change, which accounts for one of the main risks, because as a region, we are one of the most vulnerable regions globally. And however, we have a regional structure that allows us to accompany regional efforts by means of exchanging good practices. We have conducted 3 drills of disasters regionally that allow our humanitarian rescue teams and disaster prevention mechanisms to have good practices, better elements to react facing a given type of situations that call for their support.
In terms of climate change, we need to strengthen political dialogue between the member countries of the system. The intention of positioning ourselves as a region in terms of these climate change challenges, especially in international fora such as the COP27. In terms of human mobility, as we said before, this region or characteristic of the Central American region means that we are sort of a natural bridge and we have a wide variety of expressions in our region, meaning high human mobility in the Central American region, which also means we have to work together. And some countries have already developed actions to develop their activities so that they can work together and face this challenge of migration regionally at a regional level. We are also facing challenges in terms of the construction of an integral migration plan, a plan which was guided by the meeting of chairs and foreign ministers, which is currently being discussed with the member countries of the Central American system. I wanted to mention this, dear fellow panelists, and with all of you who are here today, I wanted to mention this as some alternatives and actions presented by regional integration and one of the challenges that we face in terms of globalization. We have a political infrastructure installed at a regional level that allows us to be an instrument in order for the member states who make up part of the Central American system. To conclude, I would like to thank the presentation that was given by Secretary Salazar today with this idea of production, which is inclusive and sustainable. And we will work together with other countries towards regional institutionality. Facing globalization, Central America has managed to set its priorities in this context of globalization and regionalization through our institutionality. As we said before, we have a level of governance that allows us from our group identity to carry out collective actions, which also allows us to address the main challenges that we face. However, regional integration, despite being a platform to face globalization challenges, we are aware in the region of the importance of strengthening political dialogue at the highest level with the objective of identifying those topics that unite us. And we understand that there will be topics on which we will not agree, but we can address them later. Political dialogue, policy dialogue should be based on trust. And this trust is consolidated by the perception and awareness of the benefits of regional integration. Trust as the foundation of policy dialogue will allow us to continue to build regional policies and strategies, which, with the accompaniment of other countries, will allow us to multiply without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Werner. We are a little behind schedule, so we're going to, I have summarized some of the issues that we heard. Don't know if we'll have time for feedback after that, we'll see, and then we'll move on to the next session. So Luis Felipe said we are very far from the poverty objectives. This was affected by the pandemic, and the projections went from 6 to 3% in terms of the goals in poverty. So obviously this is a huge challenge. We have to see how we're going to go from 6 to 3% through these global policies. We have to try and do this as soon as we can. We have to try and get onto that path as quickly as possible. And he spoke a little about the problems of fiscal action when these structures are very heterogeneous and when they're not able to be compensated for in countries that are less organized or less developed, when this hasn't had the same effectiveness as it has in the developed countries during the pandemic. And then he spoke about all the holes in social contracts, which have also hindered the agenda in several countries. Rebecca Santos from the Central Bank of Honduras gave us a warning about the recession that is underway and spoke about environmental and social fragility, food fragility, the fragmentation of society, and they are looking at subsidies and how they can correct or remedy the situation. Juan Carlos spoke about a lot of things. I would say that he spoke about the problems when we don't see enough growth in order to be able to absorb. So we don't see enough growth in employment to be able to combat the problem of poverty. He spoke about problems in coordinating at a regional level, which would allow, at least in the region, it would allow us to improve governance, to overcome all the problems that we're facing. And at the same time, he spoke about the interest rates and the fight against inflation. And he asked himself that if it's not time in some countries to have higher inflation for a while, given the circumstances, so that this work on interest rates will not result in debt problems or in growth problems at a time when it is very difficult in terms of inflation. And he spoke about the institutional risks faced by countries. And Werner Isaac Vargas gave us quite a positive perspective, I would say, in terms. He spoke from his perspective of the SICA. I spoke about regional coordination. He spoke about different issues that were affected by COVID and encompassing transport, competition, energy, food security, amongst others, as examples of an institutional improvement that has managed to achieve a better coordination. He gave different examples from Latin America to show how that coordination can be improved so that we can better tackle the problems we're facing. I don't know how much time we have. Would somebody like to take the floor and give some feedback? And then we will continue to the next panel. Yes, if the delegations that would like to take the floor, you have to put your signs up like this, as I'm showing you, and then you'll have to announce yourselves because I cannot read all of the signs from here, from where I'm sitting. Okay, so no one would like to take the floor, and therefore I would like to thank Dr. Rubenstein for coordinating this session. And I think that this phrase, old problems that have become more serious, really summarizes very well what is happening to us. And I think that this idea of a common dialogue is in the institutions. We do have the capacity to do it, but we have to work in a different way because what we are facing are challenges with a capital C. So thank you very much. And Secretary, how are we doing? Excellent. We're going to have a small break. There's coffee available, and in 10 minutes, we are going to come back for the next panel. Please, let's limit the break to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Dale, dale, yo también corto acá.
Muy buenas tardes, señora Marta.
Buenas tardes, lo logramos.
Sí, está súper bien. Entonces ya tenemos audio y video de su parte. Y tendrá solo intervención, no tiene presentación ni nada.
No.
Excelente. Buenísimo. Entonces puede mantenerse conectada con el micrófono muteado mientras que se termina el break, que está en la sala principal, y ahí puede comenzarla.
Gracias.
Gracias a usted. Hasta luego.
Hola. Sí. Señora Marta Eugenia Esquivel.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, señora Esquivel. ¿Me escucha?
Perfectamente.
Buenas tardes, señora Esquivel. ¿Me escucha?
Perfecto, le escucho bien.
Perfecto. ¿Puedo hablar un poquito más para poder hablar de la sala, por favor? En este momento un break.
Claro, con esas vistas maravillosas de Argentina, lo único que dan ganas es de irse para allá.
Perfecto, nosotros la escuchamos bien, señora Marta Esquivel. Muchas gracias.
Ok, con todo gusto.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. We are now going to start our second and last panel of the day, called Growth and Distribution, the Central Importance of Employment Creation. I have the honor of introducing Raquel Kismer de Olmos to you, who will be moderating this panel. She's our Minister of Labor, Employment and Social Security of Argentina. So I am going to give the floor to our minister so that she can introduce the panel, and we will begin with the statements. Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Very honored to be able to participate in this conference organized by ECLAC, and it's an honor to coordinate this panel called Growth and Distribution, the Central Importance of Employment Creation. When we talk about growth and distribution, we talk about two aspects that are central to the economy and to the social construction of our societies. If you look at ECLAC's document, it talks about an international context that we all are familiar with. It's very demanding, it's very difficult, and it's one in which, since the 80s, distribution of income, even in central countries, has been increasingly unfair, unjust. The difference between the top 10% that has the highest income and 40% that has the lowest income has been deteriorating. And on top of this, we also have to take into account the pandemic in the context of the war, which has been characterized by an abrupt drop in growth, which has endangered a huge number of jobs. And this, furthermore, has generated a need for governments to respond with investment on behalf of the states, which, when the pandemic ended, instead of being able to reverse this situation, we faced a situation of war in which the impact on prices, food and fuels has meant that the inflationary dynamic has been transformed into something that is global after decades in which the concept of inflation was absent from our main debates, although that is never true, the situation in our country. In particular, in Latin America, our reality is that this situation of justice, of social polarization between the richest 10% and the 50% who are poorest shows us that 1 of every 2 workers are informal workers. Our policies in Latin America meant that we had a very virtuous decade at the beginning of this century, and this allowed us to see an increase in the middle income of about 50% of our population, but the cycles of crisis and these external cycles of crisis, indebtedness, the pandemic, and the war have now placed us in a situation in which an important part of that upward social mobility has been severely affected, and it's now facing a very significant challenge. which means the governments need to act in a very determined way in order to prevent the situation from worsening. So the question we ask ourselves is, how can we reverse this situation? Undoubtedly, policies, job policies and training policies are very relevant strategies for reversing these trends. But the main aim of these policies is to have a positive impact, and this can only happen to the extent that they are based in the framework of a development project. If there is not a development project at a national and continental level, then all the trainings that we might carry out, the work that we do together with the trade unions and with different organizations, with different economic and social organizations, will not give us good results or effective results. In fact, often the lack of sustainable income of workers that we train up through investment on behalf of the state ends up in a flight of capital, and it doesn't end up benefiting our economies. So therefore, the opportunity provided to us today by ECLAC and the topic of our panel on growth and distribution, the central importance of employment creation in the framework of a development project for each of our countries and for our continent, is something that I believe is of absolute importance. From this point of view, I am going to introduce the different panelists, and I will ask them to respond to this question that ECLAC is putting to us today. So we will start with Marta Eugenia Esquivel Rodriguez. She's president of the Costa Rican Social Security Fund. Marta holds a law degree from the University of Costa Rica and has worked in the General Directorate of Civil Service, the Attorney General's Office, and the Costa Rican Institute of Pacific Ports, with particular experience in labor matters. Prior to her nomination as president of the Costa Rican Social Security Fund, she was Minister of Labor. Marta, we would love to hear from you. She will connect remotely.
Bueno, un abrazo fraterno, desgraciadamente a la distancia. Espero que en algún momento logremos vernos ya en la realidad, y esta vez he de reconocer que fue por mi agenda compleja. Tengo un mes justamente de haber asumido como presidenta de la Caja Costarricense de Seguro Social, y por supuesto que
Social Security and
oportuno para acompañarlos, pero sin lugar a dudas haciendo un espacio en la agenda para comentar.
I've made a space in my agenda to be able to talk about these important topics. So thank you so much to ECLAC for putting this on the agenda, to be able to really value what we have and to think about where we're heading. So to reiterate what we already know, the central aspect of productive development in all of our countries, just to give you some data from 2020 in Costa Rica, the economic space places 69% of our population, 79% in the areas of production. There's 69% of the values of total exports are produced in that context, in the area of what we call the metropolitan or the central area. 95% of production companies, 67% of employees, 84% of university and education centers, and 91% of innovative centers and companies. So we understand that this parameter has not worked for us as a country. Why? Because without a doubt, the main problems of unemployment are found outside the greater metropolitan area. So what have we suggested as a goal to be achieved? A country with development areas that we have called the national system of clusters and activated value chains generating activity in the productive sector in the territories. Of course, the generation of this process has not been easy, and it began with 20 proposals for development clusters, which would take part in the greater metropolitan area, as well as various processes or systems, I would say, of added value in the different more remote areas from the greater metropolitan area. Why has this been difficult? Because if we do not activate a system so that the territories are able to develop and to develop through SMEs. To give you an idea, in our country, in the lifespan of an SME is about 3 years if it does not receive additional support. So the analysis was carried out from the point of view that we have to coordinate amongst companies that are more solid in financial terms and that are more experienced with exports and even with imports. And we have to work with MSMEs so that we can give them sustainability over time. So of these processes, about 11 or 12 have been worked on in a sustained fashion. However, some are sufficiently mature. So they're secure enough to face cyber attacks. And those were the ones that were able to grow in terms of development. But we found ourselves facing a very interesting panorama, which is that all of a sudden our country, in terms of creating professionals, was in a deficit in the informatics area and in everything that's related to the informatics area. So given the situation, and understanding that our country did not have a tool that would allow us to clearly identify the necessities of employees and what was the labor supply that we have. Why was this? A simple reason. If the state wants to support in training or in promoting certain careers or certain technological aspects, first of all, in the country, we need to know what is the demand. On the 27th of July this year, we launched what we call the National Agency of Employment. And that was our intention. We wanted to achieve that dialogue between employers and the labor demand. So I believe this to be extremely important because it goes beyond just like a job listing, a public job listing. It's more than that. It's also going to generate all the necessary inputs for us to be able to focus our training, the National Institute of Learning. We usually have one that's focused on technical issues or languages, and we will be able to let the public and private universities know what the needs are in the labor force, whether that's for specific jobs or in terms of careers. So what I can tell you is that what I have been able to speak about so far with the companies has to do with what are the reasons that they are not able to develop beyond the central or metropolitan area. And usually the answer is lack of workforce. So understanding this from our point of view, I'm no longer in the labor ministry, but I'm now handling the social security aspect of the country. But we are absolutely clear that the first thing we have to do is to understand what are the needs of employers in order to be able to generate development at a regional and territorial level so that people do not come to the large development areas. We want them to be part of these processes so that they can get involved in development at a territorial level and in a sustainable, sustained way. And the jobs would not be limited just to the cities, as has traditionally been the case. So I would love to now hear from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marta. Next, we will hear Mr. Pablo Mieres Gomez, Minister for Labor and Social Security of the Republic of Uruguay. He has a degree in law and social science and has a degree in sociology for development. He was a senator for the 2015-2020 period. He is a consultant in corporate social responsibility for several companies and chair of the Independent Party, researcher in political science from Uruguayan Catholic University, and dean of the Department of Social Science and Communication and in the same university. Pablo, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a huge pleasure to be here today, partaking of this meeting, which is relevant by definition and has been so for many years for Latin America, given that ECLAC is an inescapable benchmark for Latin Americans in terms of policy making and the setting of the paths ahead. So it's a great pleasure for us to be part of this meeting, this new session of ECLAC. I'd say that the first thing one should point out is that it's impossible to analyze these themes in absence of the context of the crisis that the pandemic brought about in our societies, because there's no doubt that economic growth strategies, distribution and job creation strategies are currently conditioned by the decisions and policies implemented by our respective countries to face the pandemic in the region. There have been a few constants over the past few years. Today, we heard a lot about the characteristics of our crises. In 2020, our region and the world at large suffered a sharp decline in economic activity levels, a huge loss of jobs, a decline in wages, purchasing power, and a relevant increase of poverty. Likewise, when the direct impact from the pandemic in the interruption and damage of productive activities happened and we could make progress in our recovery, we had the emergence from this second relevant factor that is affecting our economies and also our distribution policies and strategies, namely the invasion from Russia to Ukraine, starting in February this year, has triggered strong and sustained inflationary impacts globally. And in a high inflation context, obviously, the recovery of employment and wages becomes slower and more difficult. And going back to pre-pandemic poverty levels is also more difficult because the inflationary effect has specific impact in the raise of the price of foodstuffs, which are by definition the main staples of the food basket. In addition, in the global horizon, there is a red flag in the sense of a slowdown, at least, of economic growth, which will further affect the economies in the region. In this framework, in this notoriously adverse context, I will point out to the characteristics of what happened in my country and the lessons learned from this very challenging time. In Uruguay, the pandemic came after several years of gradual deterioration of employment and the slowdown of our economy. Unemployment increased steadily from 16 to 2019, reaching 8.9% in 2019. While some 50,000 jobs were lost over the past 3 years, or in the 3 years previous to the pandemic. On the other hand, the growth rate for the economy in the 5-year period, 2015-2019, was reduced dramatically at about 1% per year. Starting in 2017, poverty started to grow slowly, reaching 8.8 by 2019. Therefore, the pandemic found Uruguay at a juncture of relative deterioration of economic and social indicators. And likewise, the impact from 2020 determined a strong fall of the GDP of some 6.1%. Average unemployment that year rose to 10.6%, less than 2 points above the previous year, while poverty grew at 11.6%. That is almost 3% more than in 2019. So although the economy saw a sharp decline, the impact on all social variables was less severe when compared to other countries in the region or the world. Although obviously it was impacting an already damaged reality. Let's look at what happened with the recovery. In 2021, the economy grew by 4.4%, in excess of the estimates of the experts and even the government. Employment recovered by late 2021, also faster than expected by the experts, reaching pre-pandemic levels, and even by some indicators, there were even better data than in the years leading to the pandemic. Indeed, unemployment so far in 2022 stands at 7.9%, almost 3% below 2020 and 1% below the unemployment rate in 2019. The number of workers on unemployment security are some 10% fewer than in the 5-year period leading to the pandemic. And the employment rate reached levels from 2019. Informality was reduced by 4 percentage points, going down from a 25% average in the years leading to the pandemic to an average of 21% so far in 2022. The percentage of underemployed is also standing at pre-pandemic levels at 8.5% of those employed. The wage purchasing power, which suffered a blow from 2020 to 2021, started to recover. We made agreements with public unions signed in June this year, determining a recovery schedule with a 3-year horizon. While in the private sector, the reality is more heterogeneous, although there's also progress being made in a recovery process that the government committed to fulfill. In June this year, over 50% of all formal private workers didn't see a loss in their purchasing power, or if they did, it was lower than 1%. Poverty reduced by 1%, down to 10.7%, although it is not yet back at pre-pandemic levels, standing at 2% above 2019. In summary, Uruguay has suffered quite a soft landing and has had a rapid recovery process, although it has not yet been completed, both on the wage front and in terms of poverty reduction. From our perspective, what are the keys to the performance we saw in our country? Firstly, we think that the decision not to adopt a mandatory confinement at any one time during the pandemic allowed the productive activity and the economy to remain working at a slower pace, but with motion. And such a decision allowed a faster recovery process, aided, no doubt, by the increase in the pricing of our export products internationally. Secondly, and very importantly, I would say, the pre-existing social safety net and its quick adaptation to the times of the pandemic. Almost 2/3 of the economically active population in Uruguay have a right to unemployment subsidy equivalent to 50% of the active wages being upfronted by the state, and the same share have a right to disease or sick leave equivalent to 50% of their income. This pre-existing safety net was deployed fully during the pandemic, including innovative measures, countless innovative measures, leveraging the pre-existing network, the creation of a subsidy for partial employment that allowed for thousands of workers to continue working part-time while the other half of the employment was paid by the government, subsidies for sole proprietorships to workers because of their condition of being in confinement, even if they were not sick, extensions of dues on account of unemployment throughout the pandemic. We think this strategy explains, at least partly, why Uruguay quickly recovered employment indicators while reducing informality by 4%, because I think that the pandemic showed how important it was for workers to have labor formality in as much as they had protection facing the crisis. Thirdly, the culture of tripartite negotiation or bargaining, which is deep-rooted in our country, allowed us to determine quickly, 3 days into the health emergency, agreements on the health protocol for work during the pandemic. We agreed tens of protocols per activity or economic sector, which enabled a continuation of business based on safety, health standards. And tripartite negotiations prioritized an agreement to prioritize employment in 2020 when the economy was following, while we agreed with observance on our recovery process. And finally, social policies, social welfare that enable broad coverage for lower income families, which facilitated support on the basis of very comprehensive registries in the government. In this regard, it is worth stressing that our healthcare system, which is universal in nature, was very useful for the vaccination campaign in 2021, which was noteworthy because of its high success and broad coverage, which was based on significant logistics efforts. Nevertheless, we face very relevant challenges we need to respond to complete the process of wage recovery, which is underway, but nevertheless, because of the global inflationary pressures, it is slower. Secondly, to continue boosting growth in employment while we fight the inequalities that have existed before the pandemic and continue to persist. Gender and age inequality, especially the youth, who have 3 times more unemployment than the overall population, social and economic access for persons with disability to the labor market, to reduce inequalities raised by the pandemic in the labor field, and to design a powerful strategy to respond to those who are left behind while the labor market becomes transformed. In that regard, an agreement with support from the ILO, which is being implemented on the information system from the labor market in Uruguay, will allow us to have a package of data available to monitor and predict where employment opportunities lie for upcoming years, to subordinate the labor training policy to progress in reducing poverty with a specific focus on children who record higher poverty levels than the rest of the population for decades now. But the main lesson after so many challenges for public policies in recent years is the importance of building and developing a network to contain and provide social services to the poorest, which has an institutional ongoing nature, a systematic one that is grounded in objective criteria of access and distribution. In other words, the challenge of our times is the capacity to continue deploying the social safety net, including more rights for the citizen groups with lower access to employment and social inclusion.
And the second lesson, and I will end with this, at least in Uruguay, is the importance of permanently maintaining social dialogue that is broad in scope to come to an agreement, even in our discrepancies on the parameters of the policies responses to be rolled out. This doesn't mean we need to take decisions, but we do need to consult. We need to have exchanges. And as we have always said, we always need to dialogue, and the more differences we face, the more dialogue we need. So I will end by saying to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC that I wish him the greatest success in the mission ahead of him. I'm addressing Jose Manuel Salazar. So I wish him the best in his leadership of the Economic Commission for Latin American and Caribbean for the good of our societies. Thank you very much. So we will now invite Felipe Morgado, Superintendent of Higher Education and Vocational Training, of Industrial Training, or Apprentice Service of Brazil, to take the floor. He is a businessman with an MBA in finances. He has a postgraduate degree in project management from FGV. Since 2012, he has held the position of Executive Manager of the Professional and Technological Education Unit of the National Department of the National Service for Industrial Learning. He has more than 20 years of experience in the areas of education, planning, budgeting, and management.
Good afternoon, everyone. My greetings to Secretary Salazar, and I thank you for the invitation for SENAI to partake in this conference. I would like to greet the moderator and the remaining panelists. I cannot speak Spanish, and therefore I will be speaking Portuguese very slowly, and my apologies for that. First of all, I wanted to share a vision from a vocational training institution and a higher education institution in my country that is linked to the Industrial Confederation, National Industrial Confederation in Brazil. And first of all, I will mention a few figures that are telltale of our juncture and some suggestions of the paths ahead for Latin America and the Caribbean, especially relative to vocational or professional training. Brazil projects growth for this year, and it has not restored its trend prior to the pandemic, but there's a projection of 2.5% growth relative to GDP. Our projection of unemployment by December would be 5.9%. Apologies, says the speaker. I'm sorry, this is the inflation rate, and the unemployment rate comes next on my next slide. So, unemployment reduction rate in Brazil, our expectation is to reach 8.9 million unemployed workers in Brazil. We are coming from 14.9%, and we are going downwards. Now, this unemployment is especially serious among the informal workforce, where we have many workers with no formal employment. 39.7% of these workers have informal jobs. We are aware that there is an opportunity for investments, accelerated investment and education, and mainly reskilling and upskilling of workers. There's a projection by the World Economic Forum of investments for $8.3 billion of the world GDP to 2030, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a projection of $1.3 billion. So at SENAI, we think we need to invest on these three pillars that are presented by the World Economic Forum as well. Firstly, relative to advanced technology markets. The second pillar, social markets. And thirdly, green markets. We have been working on these three streams, although we believe that mainly the green and social markets should be the areas where we should all make our investments. The National Industry Confederation projects how to align supply and demand in the production sector. We put together a map of industrial employment where we project the demand from the productive sector from skilled workers to 2025. Some 1.24 million persons from reskilling or from upskilling to reskilling, 1.24 million. And in terms of the upskilling of these workers, an important aspect we would like to share as an institution with all of you has to do with the fact that every employment and professional training public policy have to be aligned with the needs of the production sector. And we need technology projection studies. In Brazil, most of the employments will be in the technical training and higher education level. Basic level employments or entry-level jobs grow, but at a smaller proportion. In Brazil, in the Brazilian industry, there is a need for training in areas like environment, logistics, mechatronics. SENAI is a national service for industrial learning. We've been in existence for 30 years and are present in most municipalities in Brazil. We are recognized by the ILO and the UN as a player in professional training and South-South cooperation. Why am I quoting these figures? Because we do not know what the capabilities are amongst all the youth in Brazil in making a difference as professionals and the talents. And proof of our capability is the awards we received. Brazilian business persons recognize SENAI as an excellent higher education institution. An important aspect, one of the topics that were discussed by the panel, how to increase investments in R&D. SENAI created 26 institutions for innovation and technology, targeting research applied for Brazilian industries, which helps industries in Brazil invest with greater trust in Brazil, and mainly in the area of innovation. We are also supporting other countries, both in Latin America and in Africa, both in terms of the creation of units and in technical and technological cooperation efforts. Finally, and to conclude, I wanted to discuss the importance of a public policy that is based on three pillars: Firstly, training of workers, and this pillar of training, even if it is a public policy whereby there is a supply, it should be aligned with the demands from the production sector. For that reason, in Brazil, we have been helping public schools to implement new high school studies, and we are requesting the modernization of the law for the learning of vocational training in our country, which is aligned with the needs of the production sector. In terms of reskilling, another aspect which is presented as a discussion point by a panel, how to retrain, to reskill our workforce. We think technology can help us identify the competence gaps and have shorter training more aligned with the needs of the production sector, and also to offer a platform for employability at the national level with the use of artificial intelligence to help workers identify their gaps relative to the competencies entailed in the jobs, and also to offer free of charge courses so they can improve their employability in the labor market. And finally, when we speak about upskilling, we think we need to discuss not costs or courses, but rather the supply, aiming at increasing the policies and enterprises, and also a specialized training process for our workforce. And this would be all. Apologies for having spoken Portuguese. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to give the floor to Ana Darron Cuti, Director of the International and Ibero-American Foundation for Administration and Public Policies. She holds a degree in political science and administration. Her professional career has developed internationally and in the European Union, where she was State Secretary for Immigration between 2009 and 2011, European Union Secretary in the Generalitat de Catalunya, and a member of the Committee of Regions of the European Union. Previously, she was an MP in the European Parliament, and in recent years, she has worked in the private sector. Good afternoon. For me, it is an honor to be here, taking part in this distinguished panel with all of you. And I will be the only non-Latin American to make a statement, which is a little bit difficult for me. I will begin by presenting what we do in the public cooperation system in Spain. It's a foundation that is devoted only to working in institutions, regulations, and public policies. We like to define it in this way, that we train each other mutually with and between the stakeholders that work on these questions. So, having introduced the foundation that I direct and I am part of, we consider us as part of the European Union and we work closely with them. To be brief, I would like to put some topics on the table, and then if we have time today or at another point, we can come back to them. In the final meeting of Eurosocial in Brussels, as you all know, Eurosocial is one of the programs which for us, or it's the emblematic cooperation program between Europe and Latin America for social cohesion. The former minister of Costa Rica said that to improve development, we have to change the paradigm and put employment at the center before growth I know that this will be a huge, long debate, but I am interested in it because just as was said in other words today, just as Joseph Stiglitz said today, and Professor Mazzucato said, especially the professor, she said we have to think, how are we going to bring about this redistribution? And in that regard, I think it's something that is really interesting to think about, this idea that employment should be at the center. It has a central role in equal growth and growth for equality, as ECLAC said a few years ago. This requires, and we're very focused on this point, generating virtuous cycles that we are currently far away from, or we have been far away from them in the last few years. These virtuous circles require us to work towards formality and to help people enter the workforce, those that face more difficulties in doing so. I'm not just talking about Latin America. Spain absolutely needs to work on this issue. We need to think about the young people and think about what type of jobs we're going to need, and also protect people who are working in those employments in this context of crisis that the Minister of Uruguay spoke to us about. I think that in Spain, one of the best practices that we have seen is what we have called the ERTES, which is the social ministry, who have insisted on not only maintaining employment systems and helping people who have lost their jobs, but to radically fight against that loss of jobs by creating a new system in which there is a new public-private system. So the state has actually paid a large part of the wages of people whose jobs were at risk during the lockdown period. After the COVID-19 crisis, it has been proved that the calculation made by the minister was going to guarantee contributions and the maintenance of the fiscal space, and that it would facilitate the implementation compared with other European states where certain sectors who had more solid welfare states have now experienced more complications. And so this has been a really good practice. And something that we see in this paradigm is that employment has to be front and center because it has a key role in our societies. Something from which we have been the furthest away, and it's not something to think about for the future, but for today. And I think we need to put this topic on the table just as much in our part of the world as in this part of the world, is the idea that employment and wages cannot be the eternal adjustment factor for competitiveness. We cannot keep making the labor market more fragile through employment. So I want to look about how this happens internationally to guarantee competitiveness, because although we achieve it, it's always at the cost of having poor people with a wage, as happens today. In Spain, for example, we're going to have a situation that was described really well in the previous panel. We're going to have a crisis in which citizens are in crisis, and this is going to be a democratic problem. So this means that it's urgent to see how we can guarantee a better adaptation to employment for those people who are going to enter the labor market. And this brings me to my second point, which has to do with the green and digital translation, which we also want to be front and center in the cooperation between the European Union and Latin America, and between Latin America and the European Union. The idea of a just transition is one which is on the table, but it's so far away from something that's going to happen automatically. We have all been familiar with or seen transitions in our industrial transformation in the 80s and 90s that was really walking along a fine line and almost had huge costs. So this is not something that's going to happen by itself. We really need to think what points to focus on. One, clearly, is education and training. We are teaching children, and we have no idea what they will work as, what their jobs will be, and we have not much of an idea what their skills will be or what the necessary essential skills will be in the future. So that's one of the challenges. We have to teach these children to learn. This is the best thing we could do to make a public-private partnership or agreement so that we can really guarantee paths that will help us to keep learning over the course of our lives. This is not something for the future, it's something for right now. And so I think the point here is local capacities. How can we achieve this? And as they spoke about from the Costa Rican representative spoke about, how can we manage to not condemn certain territories to poverty? We don't want it just to be the territories that are becoming richer to keep benefiting. So we want to avoid these losses, and this is going to necessitate social consensuses. We need to work on these social consensuses. As the minister reminded us as well, this is something we need to work on immediately. It is something that is in crisis at the moment. I think we need to work towards financing for the digital and era, and the green economy becomes a reality. But we also have to be clear, as we said, that the cooperation in this field should be policy first. How can we manage to do things? How will we do things? Not just what will we do. We have to think about how we are going to implement them and how we'll manage this just transition. So I've had to leave out a lot of things from my statement because it was really too long. But I would like to mention a fourth point, and this is very linked to the idea of international cooperation, which is international distribution of employment. I think that when we talk about migration, we talk about borders, and sometimes maybe we talk about social integration of migrants, but we hardly ever talk about employment. However, employment is what we have all agreed upon, is what legitimizes the possibility of being able to move in regular migration schemes. The migration laws are based on the achievement of a specific job before being able to move. However, we do not talk about migration and employment very often. So I think we need to think very well about what happens in a world in which goods and capital are mobile, as well as labor. Labor is also mobile. Human beings are also mobile. So what effect does this have on the fragile nature of the labor market? I'd like to take one example. We've spoken about the economy today of policies and as a factor of employment. So I would like to think about what has happened in Europe and the United States. Let's think about how two generations, and I include myself, of women, have managed to enter the workforce thanks to the fact that care has fallen on women. The burden of care has fallen on women. This applies to Latin America and other parts of the world. And we need to think, what impact has this had on the societies of origin? I encourage you because I am sure that if we measure the informality of Latin American female workers, including those who are in the United States and in Europe, the figure of women in informal jobs would grow enormously. They are also women who, during the pandemic, because they had access to euros and dollars, have lost a source of capital that was extremely difficult for them to earn because they have had to use that to pay for healthcare services for their families in their countries of origin. And they have also contributed to small communities in supplying the medication and the equipment that they needed so that they could have access to these foreign currency. We could measure as a packet how this distribution of work and how this has an effect. How could we work on this in a better way in order to create virtuous circles? And the same happens at the other extreme in terms of mobility and talent. Those are fostered, but there we're going to compete because the exit of citizens towards well-paid jobs in Latin America was very clear from the crisis of 2008.
At this point, and I will stop with this example, I would like, given that I'm in the world of how to do things, I would like to propose the possibility for us to look at the actions that are of concern to all of us jointly and to decide on how to work on them by looking at the international impact they have. In this proposal, we should attempt to move from European Union Latin America cooperation to a political agreement, and an agreement whereby we would boost public policies that would allow us to work together on projects in the sense that was presented by Professor Matsukato as missions to address common objectives of improvement of public policies and institutions that will lead us to sustainable development projects we all desire. I think it's up to us to do it. And I would only add my congratulations to the new Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Salazar-Xirinachs, and to lend you a hand to continue our collaboration in Eurosocial and other programs. Thanks very much. In conclusion, and I seize the opportunity to thank Mr. Salazar, since I failed to do it at the beginning. I would like to thank him for his participation in this panel. I will try to summarize, and my apologies because undoubtedly this will prevent me from echoing the wealth of your presentations. So briefly, in the case of Marta Eugenia Esquivel Rodriguez, she emphasized characteristics of the territory, the central nature of the productive activity in the metropolitan area of Costa Rica, and the effort for creating a national cluster system and value chains that would enable more decentralized territorial development. Pablo Mieres Gomez next reviewed the situation both in economic and social terms prior to the pandemic and the impact from the pandemic, and currently the impact from the Russian invasion of Ukraine and ongoing war. He emphasized recovering employment and reducing informality, and how this has been achieved thanks to the signing of a tripartite bargaining culture and social welfare policies for lower income families accompanied by a health system of a universal nature. He stressed the challenge of wage recovery and fighting gender and age inequalities. Felipe Morgado emphasized vocational training linked to the business industrial sector. He stressed the unemployment and informality juncture and the need for accelerated progress in education and training for work or for employment, making special emphasis on the demands that will be created by the green and social markets, putting together an industrial employment map and an outlook to 2025, which provides guidance about the development of new professions and the upskilling they call for. He stressed that public policies should be focused on achieving skills in line with the demands from the productive sector, working for employment and wages without implying adjustment or weakening. I'm sorry, this is Anna. Apologies. Anna pointed at the kind of organization FIAP is, an organization promoting public policies from a non-government institution working mainly with Spanish and European cooperation. She requested that we make special focus on the topic of employment rather than on growth, because distribution requires the development of virtuous circles of greater formality and entry to the employment market and jobs that create and protect and above all, that it's not employment or wages that are the variable for adjustment and the weakening of society. Not competing based on poor people with low wages, because this creates a detachment from citizens to democracy. She emphasized the green and digital transition and the possibility of working between Latin America and the European Union with the purpose of creating cooperation mechanisms, international cooperation mechanisms based on consultation and the promotion of public policies towards shared common visions, taking as a reference the proposition made previously by Professor Matsukato. Thank you all very much for your participation in this panel. Thank you, Madam Minister. We now open the floor to comments from the delegations. Once again, please put up your country name or delegation name, and I will use the help of the usherettes to tell me your names. Jamaica is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I know we're coming to the end of a very long day, which very many rich presentations. But Jamaica welcomes the opportunity to be able to provide a few perspectives under this very important panel. Let me first of all congratulate Argentina for its election to the ECLAC chair for the next biennium, and to thank you as well for your very warm welcome and gracious hospitality for these 3 days of important meetings. We also acknowledge the work undertaken by the outgoing chair Costa Rica over a difficult 2-year period, defined principally by the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. I also take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to our new ECLAC Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, and reaffirm Jamaica's commitment to supporting the work of your office as you in turn work to support the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean through these tumultuous times. Executive Secretary, you and your work are well known to us in Jamaica, and so we are confident that you will build on the legacy of your predecessor in giving our unique sub-region the particular attention and priority it requires. We also like to thank the panelists for their very insightful and important contributions this afternoon. As has been alluded to in various presentations today, Latin America and the Caribbean is a region of stark contrasts where wealth and prosperity coincide with vulnerability and extreme poverty. The region has also experienced unstable, low average growth and low productivity over many years, all of which hinder progress towards the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. In these challenging circumstances, a human-centered approach to transformational development is needed. Such a transformational development model requires that we broaden our attention from a narrow focus on economic growth to greater emphasis on the equitable distribution of social protection and employment opportunities. Jamaica has long recognized that social protection is a key element of sound economic policy. The government's public welfare programs date back to the 19th century with the 1886 Poor Relief Act and have just ended with a new social pension program launched in 2021. The government of Jamaica has also sought to develop a stronger, more efficient and coordinated social protection system through the Social Safety Net Reform Program. A defining feature of this new system was a shift from social welfare to the more long-term philosophy of social protection. The new social protection framework acknowledges the importance of building the human capital of the vulnerable and not just alleviating their immediate needs. In employing this principle, the government has implemented what is now considered to be one of its most important and successful social safety net programs, namely the Program of Advancement for Health and Education, PATH. PATH is a conditioned cash transfer program modeled from Mexico's Progresa, now Prospera initiative. It has a long-term life cycle approach to poverty reduction and is designed to provide the poorest Jamaican families with a targeted social safety net to improve their immediate consumption needs, increase educational attainment, improve health outcomes, reduce child labor, and ultimately break the cycle of intergenerational poverty. PATH has benefited on average 260,000 individuals annually through its education and health grants, and its beneficiaries include children, pregnant and lactating women, elderly, and adults with disabilities. With respect to the labor force, Jamaica, like many other countries in the region, experienced the deleterious impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in unemployment movement from 7.8% in July 2019 to a high of 12.6% in July 2020. The greatest impact was felt in the service sectors, including hotel accommodations, financial services, as well as in the retail and dry goods trade. While there was an exponential increase in the number of new business registrations during the pandemic, which signaled the continued growth of the economy, there was also a rapid migration in the world of work from employer structures to self-employment. This paradigm shift, together with the government's labor market intervention strategies, resulted in a historic decline in unemployment to an all-time low of 6% in April 2022. In tandem with the positive labor market adjustments, the government has placed greater emphasis on productive efficiency through the review of business processes, embracing digitization industry, encouragement of new areas of commerce and trade, as well as an expansion of the business process outsourcing sector. Jamaica's COVID-19 Recovery Task Force has also been focusing on key areas that impact productivity, including digitization and technology, ease of doing business, and attention to crime. This was done to build a more resilient work environment and achieve a sustainable, just, and human-centered recovery. The government is also taking steps to address the high level of informality in the labor force, including through its transition to Formality Action Plan, known as TFAP, for household workers and fisherfolk. The Disabilities Act, which entered into force in February 2022, will also facilitate the government's pursuit of more robust protection for persons with disabilities as part of Jamaica's commitment to a just and equal society for all. Jamaica will continue through these and other initiatives to implement a rights-based approach to the modernization of its social protection systems and to embrace an active labor market policy where social spending improves the prospects for gainful employment and increased earning capacity. Madam President, I thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. Chile is recognized. Thank you. Greetings to Argentina on their pro temp chair of ECLAC and also the executive secretary, José Manuel Salazar-Xirinachs. We wish you all the best in your term. I would like to make a few comments on the topic of today. Employment challenges regionally have been compounded by a series of elements such as the economic crisis, climate change, and the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, automation and technology breakthroughs have brought about a change in the production matrix of our countries, the employment supply, the structure of occupations, as well as the skills required to fill them. Likewise, in recent years, we noticed that technology changes have reduced the labor day without altering productivity levels, which facilitates greater work-life balance. However, at the regional level, these progresses brought about new challenges to the countries. In this context, Chile understands the effects from automation for all workers, which motivates us to look into the tasks that are at highest risk of obsolescence, which will allow us to anticipate and face the risk some workers face of losing their jobs and consequently forcing them to resort to more precarious jobs. Nowadays, Chile faces a series of challenges in terms of labor policies which have to do with formality of work, training and certification of competencies. In particular, the service productive sector is often the entry to the labor market. So it has workers of low to medium training level. In this regard, we need to work on employment training to allow both female and male employees to achieve higher skilled or more skilled positions. In addition, the service sector is mostly filled by women, which entails own issues to that gender. For that reason, it's key to include the gender perspective in the design and implementation of public policies in this area. This is just one example, or in this sphere and in the framework of gender mainstreaming at government level through the initiative Never Again Without Us, our country has focused on having all policies, plans, and programs created, including those in the area of employment, to consider the differential impact these have on the lives of women, children, and female children and adolescents, as well as the persons in the LGBTQ group. This is one more example of how governments can take over the numerous challenges we face. In this regard, Chile believes intra-regional cooperation is of the essence to continue promoting the welfare of our societies. And for that reason, we call upon you to share efforts and experiences and good practices as we are doing in this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chile. The Dominican Republic is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to commend Argentina on their election as pro temp chair of the 39th session. And my congratulations to Jose Manuel Salazar in taking the leadership role in a leading organization in the region in terms of public policy and social policies. The current discussion on employment issues brings about one of the main issues in bringing together public policies and social welfare. We don't know whether we should discuss employment under the economy or social issues, but no doubt it brings both worlds together. I want to commend you for all presentations, in particular, Madam Teron from FIAP, which touches upon two very important issues. One, connected with this morning's topic, productivity to improve employment, but beware that productivity should not be based on low quality, low wage employment. The Dominican Republic has led the region in terms of growth together with Panama. We have quite significant growth projections after the pandemic, but we cannot still be happy about the progress achieved in terms of multidimensional poverty and employment in our country. If we look at the productivity figure measured as GDP per employee, wage per employee, it would seem we are being more productive. Actually, it could mean we are growing, but not necessarily that we are taking that growth, shifting it to people's wages. So it can be tricky, and it should be the topic for discussion of meetings like this. And then I would like to stress the how. I'm persuaded that our countries have made significant inroads in developing working instruments. The question is, why have many of these instruments failed to create the overall impact they should have? We need to focus on that how. After the pandemic, the Dominican Republic faces three new challenges emerging from it. We've recovered employment, but not formal employment. The informal employment rate, which used to be high already, 50-odd%, has grown to 52 versus 48. So the recovery of employment has not done by resorting to good employment policies, but by the employment created as the absence of good employment policies. And the other point is that the net employability rate went down from 77% to 70%, and the net assistance rate to higher education went down from 22% to 20.7%. And so the question is, where are those youths? Have they become discouraged from the training market because wages have not increased? And that's one of our questions. And one of the proposals is to have a national employment plan taking these three challenges as the path ahead and with a change strategy that should include not only training for employability and promoting the productive sector, but all of them together, dancing a good tango or merengue. Those three areas should dance absolutely in sync so that employment is actually created. That's a challenge because the Dominican Republic, and I imagine it's the same in other countries, institutions working on the issue of employment are highly fragmented. For instance, at this table, we don't have the parties responsible for creating employment, tourism, trade, etc. We have labor intermediation, technical training, and normally the governments having those three stakeholders together to adopt the same policy elements on the same territories where there will be an impact on the sectors, but we need to decide which sectors we need to grow on, the sectors that are more labor intensive, but how do we coordinate that? Sectors that promote labor intensive and knowledge intensive sectors with those that have the capability of developing trained human resources to ensure quality employment in those territories. So at this time, we need to go from the how. In these instruments, we have a national qualification framework, an investment project based on employment. We created a scholarship cabinet so that national scholarships we were criticized for because they stayed in developed countries, for them to come back. That calls for production sectors to pre-agree with us that they will work so that our youth remain in our country. That calls for coordination. And finally, formality. In our country, being informal is not because of discrimination. It has to do with an economic decision. It's more profitable to stop paying 29% income tax in exchange for what the government supposedly creates for my informality. And that's a tremendous issue. How can I persuade those business people to become formal because I'm giving them benefits that are in excess of the 29% income tax rate? So I put on the table these issues, especially the coordination issue. And finally, how can we make it more profitable for persons to go formal rather than staying informal, which is not illegal. It's a very conscious business decision made in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the delegation from the Dominican Republic. I would like to give the floor to Anna, who would like to make a clarification. I would like to apologize. I'm sure that I explained something badly. FIAP forms part of the Public Corporation of Spain and by extension by the European Union. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying, Anna. Okay, so I think we are going to close now. This second panel has been very rich. Is that Panama? Okay, Panama, you have the floor. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to commend José Manuel Salazar for being our next director of ECLAC. I think that the panel we're all taking part in was very well organized, and we heard a very correct evaluation of Latin America, the situation in Latin America. We have spoken a lot about what we have done well or more or less well, and I think that is part of our responsibility, but we need to talk more about what is still to be done and what challenges are still to be faced. And within these challenges, I see that we are lacking in terms of the greatest challenges. We speak a lot about gender equality, but we are still carrying out meetings, running meetings or panels or events in which the participation of women is at a very low percentage. Today, the panel that had the highest representation of women is one that had the participation of 3 women. But I think we need to move on from the theory to practice. We need to incorporate a percentage of women in all the main roundtables and activities that we carry out in Latin America. That is the only way forward, because gender has still not been mainstreamed in many of our societies, and therefore we have to put emphasis on this issue. We have to encourage greater participation of women. I am not against men, but for decades, international organisms and regional organisms have been led by men. And the key role in transformation that lies ahead of us, the great responsibility in part lies with women. So I just want to bring attention to this and encourage us to be more concerned about women's participation in all the events that we organize. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I think that what my colleague from Panama just said is absolutely right. And we are going to work with ECLAC to try to create more of a balance on the panels. In fact, we worked hard to do that, but we have more work to do. It should be 50-50. So yes, we take your point. Would any other delegation like to take the floor? In order to close, then I think that in this second panel, we have discussed very important issues. And there were also very provocative topics that were brought up. For example, gender as a transformative factor of macroeconomics is very important. They spoke about the movement of capital versus the movement of people. That is also extremely important and very interesting. And listening to my colleagues and to the delegations, we've heard about the suffering caused by the pandemic and that it's become very clear what it means to have a right, to have a job with rights and a job without rights in the informal sector, especially during the time of the crisis. So we have to think, who are those workers that are working in the informal sector? Where do they live? How much do they earn? So that really makes us realize that this issue of regularizing the workforce is very important. The mantra that we had before is proven not to be true, but we're going to look forward. Thank you so much to everyone who has accompanied us today, and I'm going to give you the floor. I would like to, so this first day has come to an end. Tomorrow we are going to meet back here at 9 o'clock in the same room. And today, we're now delighted to be able to invite you to have a cocktail, and we have good news to share with you to end the day. Thank you very much.